say they have foiled a plan to attack Olympic soccer events. One person arrested. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
My name is Bobby. I'm a veteran and lost my leg to a roadside bomb. My victory was going from a wheelchair to becoming a weightlifting champion.
I'm Sam. I'm a veteran. My victory was finding a career I can be proud of and supporting my family.
America's veterans are on their most important tour, the tour of their lives.
I'm a veteran. My victory was going from homeless to home.
At DAV, we're on a mission to help veterans get the benefits they've earned.
I'm a veteran, and my victory was finishing my education.
DAV offers veterans of all generations a lifetime of support for victories great and small.
My victory was proving that disability is not a limitation.
My victory was getting my service dog a new best friend.
We help more than 1 million veterans every year as they face and conquer their challenges.
My victory is being able to be there for my family.
When America's veterans win, we all win. Help us support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Another pounding from the skies. Golf ball-sized hail slammed parts of northern Colorado last night. Fox 31's Greg Nieto was caught in the middle of the storm in Thornton.
Our windshield just broke. The number of folks underneath this awning has grown from like 6 cars to almost 30 in less than 5 minutes. The storm kind of rolled over I-25. It kind of stopped right there near Thornton Parkway, and we did all we could just to get cover here.
The northeast section of Metro Denver took the biggest hit overnight.
The biggest storm moved from Niwot through northern Broomfield, Louisville, Thornton, and then down through Commerce City, and then along Pena Boulevard, around Green Valley Ranch, Northfield, Central Park neighborhood, northeast Denver.
National Weather Service meteorologist Chad Gimmestad says conditions are favorable for more severe storms this afternoon and tonight. Sports, the Rockies play the Dodgers tonight in L.A. That's the latest. I'm Pat Woodard.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
A couple slow spots throughout the Denver Metro to occupy your Friday mid-morning commute. I-25 southbound showing speeds in the 30s and 40s between 48th and Spear Boulevard. Northbound I-25, we're seeing highway speeds through town. Up on the northeast end through Commerce City at 270 westbound, some stop and go approaching Vasquez. Heading south through the Tech Center, 225 southbound showing slower speeds between Parker Road and I-25. Nothing too out of the ordinary there for the morning drive. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, scattered thunderstorms later today, cooling down after yesterday with a high of 75 degrees. Overnight low of 51. We're heading into a warm weekend. Tomorrow high 83. The current temperature in Denver is 54 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
You have to check out the new line of flooring that SimplyFloorsInc.com has. It's called Proximity Mills. Whether you're looking for luxury vinyl planks, hardwood, carpet, tile, they have it all, including scratch resistant, waterproof. You need to go to SimplyFloorsInc.com. They have a showroom up north. They have a showroom south that's brand new. They have in-home shopping. They have color experts to help you choose product. Impeccable service, great pricing. SimplyFloorsInc.com. That's SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Do you remember the energy crisis of the 70s? A lot of people panicked. We came up with a solution. A best way to insulate your house, save you money, and increase your comfort. A best way to perform energy assessments, and the best way to help our customers qualify for Excel and other utility rebates. 48 years later, a lot has changed. A lot of competition has come and gone. Some things haven't. We're still saving our customers money. Call 303-469-0808. Visit bestwayinsulation.com.
This is a surreal day in the history of America.
The jury made their decision.
This was a rigged decision right from day one.
From that one to the one in November.
Well, the American people aren't going to be intimidated out of electing Trump, which they're virtually certain to do now.
We're talking about it.
This is a politically targeted verdict.
We're watching the demise of the republic.
After this BS guilty verdict.
On Denver's talk station.
This is the most outrageous travesty I've ever seen.
Sad day for America.
630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, what's happening? I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. There is so much to get to today. But first, I just want to say, okay, I'm going to admit this, and I'm done. But I went through all of my business records last night after all of this crap happening, and I went all through my aircraft records. I went through everything I own, everything I do. And I think right now I'm guilty of 64 felonies if I was in Manhattan. And I just want you to know that right now I'm 70 and I got about 64 felonies I think I could probably pick. I think I spelled my name wrong once. That's another one. But soon I'll be ready to run for president in about 10 years. Just have to rack up a few more felonies. I'll be ready. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. On another note, before I get to the important stuff, I have some generous people here that buy pizza on car day. I'm in the studio today on Friday, but they don't know how to order. Rodney at JFR Cars, God love him. If you want to buy a car, go to Rodney. But he asked Kachino one time to order a cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger pizza, yeah.
And I says, Rodney,
well,
who the hell are you? Get out of here. Then I have Jeff over here, and he's got the whole thing's covered with green chilies. Green chilies don't belong on pizza.
Yeah. In Jeff's world.
They're jalapenos, actually.
Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. Jalapeno. Well, they're hot as. That's not right. And then Kevin, are you lying about? Are we copacetic?
We're pretty copacetic.
Who started putting that other stuff on? Kelly puts on there. Kelly, no, none of that other stuff.
Well, the pineapple and
no,
all the
the
rest
ham.
of it.
I'm definitely going to put pineapple on
well,
today.
What's that crap? That meat you put on there? That
just
pig
for the
belly
hell of
or
it.
what did you put on there? But what's that pig belly or pork or
Canadian bacon?
No, we don't want. Who ordered that? No one here. No one here wants it.
So I was actually out one day, and Suzanne said everybody loved the sausage, the Canadian bacon.
I'm going to tell you what to order right now.
She called it a carnivore with jalapenos.
Listen, whatever you
there
get,
you go.
whatever you get, Jeff, just make sure extra cheese, extra sauce, pepperoni. That's it.
And we're going to do extra pineapple just for you.
Oh, I don't give it. I don't.
No, I
mind
can't stand
I
pineapple.
actually don't mind pineapple.
No, pineapple doesn't go.
Okay, then we'll do anchovies.
Extra cheese, extra sauce, pepperoni. That's it.
That's
for Kevin and me and all. Now listen, I just want to say something. Okay, now we get to the important stuff. I got Henry with me. Henry Brett's from Excel Roofing, and I'm going to tell you why he's on. Last night we had a terrible storm. Now, of course, they're all celebrating around all the roofers are celebrating, but here's the deal, man. There was some big-ass hail. Now, I want to ask you something, Henry. Would that new F-wave stuff resist that kind of hail?
You know, Tom, it really depends what size hail it is.
Well, did you see some of it look like baseballs?
Yeah, it is. It's some giant hail, especially out in those rural areas. But I just like to give a consumer warning, if that's all good with you, Tom.
Go ahead, sir.
All right, guys. So, hey, it's Henry with XL Roofing. And if you're a homeowner that was affected by that hailstorm, you need to remember, do not call your insurance first. Even if you don't have damage,
do not.
You might still get a claim on your record.
That's right. If you call your insurance to have an adjuster come out, whether it's a payable claim or not, it will be counted against you. Here's why they do that. On your clue report, whenever you call, they say, he's looking for a claim, and you get a bad mark. You call a reputable roofer first. Now, I want to say a few things when I say this. One, Henry, along with your warning, never sign. You don't have to sign anything for someone to look at your roof ever. If they want you to sign something, tell them to go to hell. That's one.
You know, Tom, there's another thing, too. There's a lot of these sketchy roofers are out there. Like I told you before, we'd seen a lot of these 25% cancellation fees. They have gone up to 25%. And they have dishonest contracts, and they require all this money up front.
Right. So, number one, absolutely do not ever sign anything. Nothing, ever. Then, number two, don't let a roofer meet with your adjuster. Make a roofer write a full and complete contract with all materials and all labor, and everything. Now, this doesn't count auxiliary, but it counts all the major stuff. And if they say to you these words, don't worry, we'll do whatever your insurance wants, kick him in the ass. No, you don't have to kick him. Just tell him to leave. Tell him to leave. You never want an insurance company who says whatever your insurance says. Never, ever, ever, ever. Those tips alone will save your ass. Also, I'd like you to use reputable companies that have been around a while.
Tom, can I ask an important question?
Go ahead.
How do you know when you need a roofer? So let's say I had some hail in my house last night. How do I know if I need somebody to come out?
Let's put it this way. No harm, no foul. Just no matter what. If you've had hail in the neighborhood, call. That's it.
Yeah, give XL Roofing a call. We'll come out and do a free, honest roof inspection for you and get you taken care of.
Now that's the key. Free, honest.
Yep.
Free, honest.
Homeowners, they need a reputable roofing company that puts the homeowner
because
first.
They're all going to be out today knocking on doors. We all know that.
Yeah.
They're going to try to get them to sign. They're going to get them at the door to inspect their roof, get a signature, and now you're stuck with a 25% cancellation.
Exactly, Tom. You need to make sure that they don't have that cancellation fee.
Make sure you don't sign, period. You don't have to sign. You have a year. Don't sign anything, period. You're right, though. No cancellation fees or penalties. Now, Excel is 303-761-6400. 761-6400. 303-761-6400. Let's talk. Mary, what's going on with you, Mary?
Well, Tom, I just enjoyed listening.
Thank you. I hope that it'll save a lot of people time and money. What's going on?
Well, I have a serious problem here.
Uh-oh. What's going on?
Well, I had some knee injections, and it started last June at UCH. And I just want to give you just a little bit of background. From August of 2018 up until March 22nd of last year, I used a different company. I got a notice that as of April 3rd.
What do you mean you used a different company? You got to tell me what you're talking about. What do you mean you used a different company?
I used a different orthopedic. I don't want to say the name. They were excellent.
So hold on. When you say you used a different one, hold on. Different, they had 3 arms, or you mean different from the original one? What do you mean by a different orthopedic?
Different from one. Different prior, I should say, prior to using UCH. And the only reason I left them for 4 years and 7 months, right up until March 22nd, every 3 months, faithfully, I went and had my knee injections. We knew that sooner or later I would have to have knee replacements. I am a 76-year-old senior woman.
Oh, okay. So, Mary, you left UCH and went where?
No, I left the other people because I got an email, and they said, as of April 3rd, we are no longer taking your insurance.
Okay, and what was the name of that clinic?
Do I have to say it? Because they're really great. They are great.
No, I just wondered. Okay, so you were at a clinic.
Okay.
It's just that I'm putting down all this sketchy. So you're at a clinic, and you were doing knee injections and left them, even though they're wonderful.
They have like 24 doctors there.
Got it. Okay, good. That's fine.
All orthopedic.
Okay, at a big clinic. But you since left them and went to UCH.
Well, I had to.
Yeah,
I got it. There.
Yeah,
I would still be there.
Got it.
And the doctor I had would be doing my knee surgery.
I got it.
Nevertheless, I go to UCH because I have other doctors at UCH. My PCP is there. So I go to the orthopedic department, and I've been there before.
Yeah.
They took good care of me when I had a severe fall in my home. The main woman, the main doctor. Nevertheless, they said, okay, well, she doesn't do knee injections, but we have a physical therapist. A physician's assistant, beg your pardon, a PA. So on Friday, June the 16th, I had double knee injections. And Tom, I'm telling you, never, ever had a problem when I went to this other place for that 4 years and 7 months. Now I sit instead of laying on the table, which is really the way to do this, I sit in a chair. This guy.
Are you in a lot of pain? When you said it didn't work or never had problems, what are the problems this time?
The problems are I'm bone to bone, really bad.
Well,
really
wait a minute.
Yes.
No, they didn't cause the bone to bone. If you were bone to
No.
bone, it was happened before. But what I need to know is this.
Yes.
Here's what just a very simple question. You liked your knee injections before, but now what is different?
What is different is the codes that they put in.
Is it a billing
in other
issue
words-
or is it a therapy issue? It's a treatment issue. Is your knee
No,
working?
no.
Which one is
the,
it?
The knees. Okay, it's both for last June. Okay.
Mary, so
In
you're
other
saying you don't like the treatment. It wasn't as good as the last one, and they're billing you wrong.
Okay, let me just say though. Okay,
Mary, Mary. Listen, I know. Listen, I understand. People are saying don't interrupt, but I need to know this: are we complaining about the treatment, or about the billing, or about both? That is not a difficult question, Mary.
I'm not complaining about that because it's over in the past for last June, but I realized I could not use that guy again at UCH.
Why? Because of the treatment or because of the billing?
Yes, I was in excruciating pain for 3 weeks.
Okay, so you didn't trust his ability. You didn't trust his ability. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, but Tom, that's not the issue.
Okay,
really.
what is the issue, Mary?
So,
what is it? Go ahead.
So then I made an appointment for the next 3 months. I said I can't use this guy, and they gave me a woman as a a PA. Okay, here is where the problem started.
Now we're going to get to the problem. Go ahead.
When I went in June, just as I did at the other place for all those years.
Okay, Mary, we're listening.
I paid my $35 copay up front.
Mm-hmm.
Never got a bill. And they sent it on. Insurance covered the rest.
So let me get this straight. Now we're talking about billing, not the treatment anymore, right?
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Now here's where it gets complicated.
Yeah, like it hasn't already. Go ahead.
So I go in September.
Yeah.
I go in September. I pay the $35 in June.
Yes.
I always have all my 3 forms of ID out. And I go in September, and the woman says, she says, you don't owe anything. And I said, what?
Okay, hold on. I know this is going to take the rest of the show, so I want to give you more time. I got to take a break. Here's the deal. I promise you, Mary, this is going to be worked on, and we can probably help you, but I need to know the problem. So all of those past things have nothing to do with it. What you're talking about now is somehow the billing got screwed up. We'll talk about it coming up. I promise.
Learn how Vestera's program has for years returned 40 to 80% returns year after year, doubling your money in as few as 2 years. Attend a live in-person seminar Saturday, June 1st in the Denver Tech Center. But register online for this seminar at mybiggestrureturn.com.
Lazy Days RV, your RV authority. What does an RV authority mean? Well, service, sales, even buying your old used RV or trading it. They have multiple locations and a big service department up at exit 240 and I-25. Used to be our Central RV friends. They're now Lazy Days of Denver at Longmont. And it's at exit 240 and I-25. But no matter where you go, Lazy Days will take care of you with every selection of RV you'll ever want. LazyDays.com.
Everything is still really expensive, and by the time you pay all the monthly bills.
Oh, we already did.
My girlfriend does that to me sometimes. She gets mad, too, because I interrupt.
Oh, this lady is all over the place.
I just jump right to the end. It's like, well, I was trying to get to that.
You think she knows if we texted her what the word brevity means?
No. She's rehearsed this. She can't skip a spot. She'll lose.
My wife's good about, she'll ask me for something or to do something or for her to do something. I say yes. And then she's got to turn around and tell me why. It's like, I just said yes. Take yes for it.
Yeah. Stop selling. You got me. Yeah.
I had a great English teacher in high school, and she kept pounding into our heads. You want to make brevity and clarity. Brevity and clarity. And you will get more attention and more stuff done if you do those 2 things.
All right. You too. Okay, you too. Bye.
of the Biden-Harris campaign.
Oh, congratulations.
Because you're a pinko liberal commie. That's
Let me tell you something. I got an email from Robert De Niro. Well,
yeah,
and a million other people.
Sure.
Or 10 million. Anyway,
Yeah, nut job
it
or
was
what?
just his rant, just a long rant. It was unbelievable. How'd they get
Why
this
do you think
guy?
that's effective? I don't understand.
Why the fuck they get him on the bandwagon?
He's been his own little bandwagon for a long time. He wants to kick Trump's ass and all this. Like, dude, you're 81. You know, you're gonna break a hip. Stop. I don't know why this society puts their opinions above everyone else's, celebrities or LeBron James. It's like you're a basketball
Yeah, who
player.
gives a fuck
gives
about
a fuck
him?
what you think?
I don't know.
I don't know why we put that up there.
I was talking about that with someone yesterday. Same thing. What makes you think that Robert De Niro or, Tom Brady or
any one of them
has any more insight into it than you or I do?
Yeah.
And you're probably more, even though you're uneducated and a boor, you're probably more educated than 95% of the celebrities. And look where you started from. Meanwhile, Vic here,
I'm sorry, I can barely understand you, sir.
I got me some education.
What?
Are you talking about?
What was it?
I got me some education.
Right.
What are you talking about?
Okay, wherever you are, stay. I can hear you now. Okay, say what you said one more time.
I just watched this. That must be the easiest job in the world. Let's come up with a name for this drug. And they make up these names that mean nothing.
And your name's Patrick. Did you have a issue that you called in about before?
Isn't that the kid that lives in his mom's house?
Okay, and when was the
I'm
last
waiting
time
for an
you called?
antidepressant. I want a name. Have it all.
How long ago?
Wouldn't that be good? Have it all. Or one.
Okay, and why are you calling today,
one
Patrick?
for cosmetic, a drug that helps enhance something
On
called-
failure to launch?
It's
What is
for
that
people that
exactly?
You can take no acetol.
That would be a
Instead of a Brazilian butt lift, right?
No acetol.
sounds
Okay,
more like a
so this was a year
This
ago.
sounds something to
and
counteract
so
the
you just want to get
Viagra,
an
actually.
update on yourself? Okay, hold on for me. Who is this person?
God, CNN, they're all creaming over there.
Oh, yeah.
Till he was like 30-something.
But I mean, it's
It's
one
going
of
to
those
be a
things
short
that-
live sugar high.
They can't be happy with it because it's just.
You know
this,
the guy that was
I'm serious. It's going to backfire.
handing women flyers and putting,
Oh.
That guy said because I've been
very similar.
not give a shit about which.
But
one.
that's not
I'd
the
never
same
vote
guy.
for
That
Trump.
guy was
It
like.
doesn't excite me, and now I'm going to
Kind of similar
absolutely
situation. Just
vote for Trump just because.
I think
Got it.
that they made
All right.
a big mistake.
I will be right back.
I know that everybody you know, somebody had to have sex to have them, but
I can't believe that 12 people voted in that. I mean, they
They
obviously
voted
did.
because of the.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mary has a billing issue with her clinic doing knee injections at UCH. So let's see if we can help her with that. Okay, Mary, so somehow she said you didn't have a copay. What happened then?
Well, I was astounded by that. That's
Yeah.
why I said to her, I said, what do you mean? I said, I always pay up front.
Yeah.
And she said, we put that on the back end.
Mm-hmm.
That her puzzle. And I said, the back end of what?
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of threw her hands up and looked at me blank.
Okay, but
no
let's get to the
answer.
problem part.
So
So I
here's
know
the
you were
point.
astounded.
Here's
I know
what
all of
happened.
that. So what happened?
Instead of a $35 copay, and I paid that to various doctors there, they submit.
Yeah, go ahead.
At the end of October, because I went September
Go
25th
ahead, Jess.
to this
Okay.
woman, PA.
Got it.
I get my EOB from my insurance.
And what did it
And
say?
there it says copay $325. I called my insurance. I said, I don't understand. I had this in June. It was this copay. All those other years I was at the other place, $35. So anyhow, they said, well, it's 325. The same numbers, Tom. This is the thing. The same numbers, codes.
But Mary,
are on here.
I understand. Let me explain something to you, okay? I understand what you're saying about the code and about the different copays, but they're not universal. They change with the clinics. Now, as I know that they're supposed to tell you all this up front, that this transparent pricing is not working for people, but they don't have to do the same copay. All copays are not the same unless you have a plan that guarantees that. I don't know. Are we talking about Medicare and a supplement? You said you were 76.
We are just carrying. I have Medicare Advantage. I have what is known as MediBlue Plus.
Now I need to know.
HMO.
I need to know Medicare Advantage. This clinic at UCH you went to, was it part of your Medicare?
The ortho clinic.
Yeah.
The orthopedic clinic.
Got it. Is it part of the?
Yes.
Is it part of your Advantage plan?
Yes, they take my insurance.
Do me a favor.
No matter
Do me a
which
favor and
doctor.
hold on. Hey, Kachina, can we get Integra Insurance on? I just have a question about it. I have a question about Advantage. I want to know if it seems to me it would be too confusing if they could just have different copays at different providers. It doesn't sound right to me. I want to know what I'm not understanding. Mary, just real quick, did anyone ever try to give you a reason for this? And I don't need a story. Just did anyone ever try to justify? No?
That's what I'm telling you. They say, we put that on the back end.
No, I
And
mean
Tom,
this.
then
I mean
went
your
the next
insurance.
3
Did your
months-
insurance say to you, that's the copay, or did they say to you, that doesn't sound right? Did they say anything at all to you?
No.
Okay,
No,
hold on
'cause
then. Okay, hold on. That's good. Okay. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, a few years ago, we had a kid come in, living with a friend's mom. We called him failure to launch. And at the time, we were giving free advice to people, and we said, in fact, we'll follow you along and encourage you and help you to the extent we can if you follow our advice. And there was a kid named Patrick who came into the studio, and then we told him what to do with the mom and how to gracefully get out of that situation. Recommended some trade schools if he didn't want to go to college. He went on to do welding and other things. I even think he found a girlfriend. He may have gotten married. I don't know. But he's calling in with a follow-up right now. So let's talk to him. Patrick.
How's it going, Tom?
I want to ask you a couple questions. Did you ever pursue welding after your trade school or not?
I did not, no.
Okay, what did you do instead of trade school? I mean, instead of welding.
I actually became a truck driver.
Okay, now, did I remember this correctly? Did you find a wife?
Yes.
Actually, you find a woman, she becomes a wife. I mean, normally. Okay, so, and is that still going okay, I hope?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. How long were you married?
October would have been 2 years.
What happened, Patrick? I'm just curious.
Adultery, mostly.
With her or you?
Her.
That's too bad. Anyway, so you're alone now?
Going through the process with the courts.
Of divorce. It's not going to be a messy divorce. You don't have anything. Neither of you do, right?
No, we don't really have anything. We just have 2 kids.
Oh, my God. You have 2 kids now. Okay. And how is that working out, Patrick?
That's going to be the messy part.
What else did you want to report? I'm just jumping in with questions, but you called. What did you want to talk about?
Doing pretty well with the job. Almost been with this company I'm with for almost a year.
Good. And,
so I will be a year with them.
And did this divorce kind of devastate you?
Mentally, yes.
And were you on the road all the time? What, did she have an excuse? Did she try to make a reason? Did she say, "Look, we can work on it"? What was that all about?
She didn't really give me a good reason, just saying that I never cared for her enough.
Did you ever look at yourself? Is that true, any of it?
In the ways that she was saying that I never cared for her enough, like, that's not true. And then she's trying to say that I never cared for the kids or her, and it's like,
Were you on the road a
that's
lot?
not true.
Are you over the
Yeah.
road, Patrick, or regional?
Over the road.
How much are you on the road?
3 to 4 weeks at a time.
Yeah, that can be rough on a marriage, especially with little kids.
Yes.
So right now, though, when you say it's messy, she's not like going to try to keep the kids from seeing you and all of that, or is that something you care about? What's happening there?
She is, as of right now, paperwork was just sent to the court today by my lawyer.
So why are you guys, like, did you try mediation first?
We tried, but we had people trying to help us, but she said she's given up on trying a long time ago.
But what does she want to do? I mean, what is she looking for at this point?
I honestly have no idea.
Well,
I wish I could give you an answer.
You need to pay child support, I imagine, right?
Yes.
There's not going to be any maintenance. You're only married a couple years.
Yes.
Does she have a job?
No, she does not work.
Does she have a boyfriend?
From what I've heard, she's been on Tinder.
On Tinder.
Since separation, which was the 7th of April.
This is too bad. So, don't run up a lot of legal bills. This should be a very simple divorce. You need a parenting plan. You have 2 kids. I mean, you do care about seeing your kids, right?
I'm actually going to be pursuing full custody of my kids.
Now, why?
There have been certain aspects that my wife has done, especially with our daughter.
How are you going to do that with you on the road 3 weeks, a month? What are you going to do?
I'm actually going to be stepping away from driving over the road.
Well, what are you going to do?
Tom, I got to jump in. This is horrible.
I didn't know you were there. I'm glad
well,
you're
I
jumping
had
in.
to. We were listening, just whatever. I had to hop on. This is horrible. I thought this kid was finally doing good. He'd been married. He's had the same job forever. Then this broad cheats on him. I mean, what the hell's going on, Patrick? Why'd she cheat on you?
Well, he's on the road 3 weeks. Who knows? I mean, the guy didn't have a stellar reputation for sticking to things. I mean, it can't be all her fault.
Well, I'm not saying it is all her fault. I'm asking him, what happened? Is it because you were never there? Who did she cheat on you with? Was it a neighbor? Was it a friend? Who was it?
Some guy she met online.
Oh, so she's out fishing on the internet.
Yes.
I don't like this, man. I'd like Bonnie Shields
Patrick, unless
or
your
someone
wife,
to help him.
Your wife could have cheated. That doesn't mean she's a bad mom. Here's what I'm saying. Unless you have a real compelling reason to try to pursue custody, it almost never works when the kids are in the middle.
Well, where's the custody sit now?
Well, I imagine
Right
it's automatically joint until somebody screws up.
Yeah, so she was under a safety plan in Colorado.
What? Tom, what the hell's a safety plan?
I don't know. Did they find her inadequate or something? What happened?
She had actually shook our daughter at one point.
What do you mean took her?
Shook her. Shook her.
Shook her. Okay.
So she's an abuser, apparently.
Yeah.
Now, Patrick, what are you going to do? Okay, if you don't drive trucks and you get your kids, just hold on. I got to take this break. I mean, I don't want your life to fall apart. At the same time, you don't want your kid with someone who abuses him. Did she abuse him? Is she getting classes? I mean, I'm just trying to see where you don't go completely ballistic here and lose everything, especially a good job. 303-713-8255.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
A new crash just west of downtown, 6th Avenue eastbound, just before I-25. An accident involving multiple vehicles blocking the right lane, seeing stopped-up traffic back from Federal. I-25 southbound into downtown, showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. I-70 westbound, some stop-and-go traffic between Colorado Boulevard and York. I-70 eastbound, no complaints to DIA. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, scattered thunderstorms later today. Warm until then, high 75, overnight low of 51. Tomorrow, scattered thunderstorms continue, warming up with a high of 83, high 89 on Sunday. The current temperature in Denver is 54 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
TheArtOfGranite.com. The Art of Granite is right now offering free remnants from their remnant pile. They have some pretty nice slabs, pretty good size, not the whole slab. And they have other pieces. If you can get a bar out of it, a vanity, maybe a small kitchen counter, you can have the materials free. They mean that. Mitch will give you a quote on the phone, too. Free materials. They have granite, other natural stone. Call them, 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919, or get a price for anything you want to do with countertops, theartofgranite.com. And if you're looking at windows, K&H Home Solutions has Alpen windows. Now, K&H is the oldest home improvement company in Colorado, 65 years strong, and they're doing a great job. I've known all the owners. There's been 3 of them, the founder, then Ted, and now Lee Diamond and his son, and they're doing a wonderful job. And if you're looking at windows made right here in Colorado, Alpen windows. So you have a great combination of local great products, energy efficiency, and heritage. KHWindows.com, 303-471-5150. Selling your home has never been more competitive. Put Frank Duran, the real estate man, to work for you.
I will share with you how we give your home a true winning edge over your competition.
Call Frank Duran for a free market analysis of your home and more.
You will also discover exactly how I consistently net my clients more money than the market average. There's a good reason why my team and I are trusted by so many people.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
Signing on for 30 years of mortgage debt is the worst financial decision you could make, regardless of what interest rate you have. On a Life Changer loan, the average client pays off in just 5 years because they pay 100%
Way to put it. I actually thought that maybe 1 out of 12 would hang this fucking jury. They don't do shit.
Well, part of
I
their
swear to God,
instructions,
he's already up 6 points in the only poll so far.
Yeah, but they didn't even know the end vault.
Yeah, you're right. They said, hey, listen, just go back there, and if you can even fucking spell, he's guilty.
Yep. But you don't know those unanimous. I mean, 100%. He said he's going to find them if there's 4-4-4, they're guilty.
Yeah, or 11-1 or anything.
Yeah,
if you find that he fucking sneezed, he's going to be guilty. Did you see how much he got yesterday? In 10 hours, he got almost $40 million in small donations.
Crashed
a
his
new
website.
fucking record.
Crashed his website.
Of that.
They're going to.
You know what? Oh my God, I'm donating them to him too. I am. I'm going to go directly though. I did it last time through some fucking text, and I don't know who got the money.
No. You go through WinRed. His deal is WinRed Trump.
Man,
WINRED.
I can't believe these fucks out there, too. Even CNN, most of their legal people are like, this thing was a sham. MSNBC is the only one out there that, like, it doesn't matter. This guy could, like, save the lives of thousands, and somehow he'd be killing millions. The guy, I'm sick of these fucking
Well,
lefties.
MSNBC could identify Michelle Obama's penis in a lineup.
God, how about the fact that every time this Biden leaves a room, he walks into a fucking wall?
He could host a show.
I'm so sick of this bullshit.
Hey, Mark, it'll all come crashing down when they have the debate.
Oh, they're going to fucking sweep them. They're going to sweep them, man. I'd be shocked if Biden shows up for a debate.
Hey, poopy.
If they give him cocaine, his fucking heart's going to blow out.
Hey, I found this in my son's wallet.
Jesus. I bet, Tom, you're probably sad about all this, aren't you? I
No,
hope so.
not at all. What do you mean sad? Yeah, I'm
sad. You're sad that he fucking got convicted.
I'm
Former
totally-
president
I'm
is
totally
now
sad.
like
I
a
think
Ponzi of the fucking assholes on the other side.
I can't. Oh, look at the crime in Manhattan. That's what I'm.
It should get better with this verdict.
Oh, today someone walked into a fucking McDonald's with a machete, but that's cool.
Yeah, I know.
How about all the cops that got their asses kicked by these immigrants that basically get off scot-free?
Yeah.
You try
Wait,
swimming here,
they're
you have
not,
to be
they're
strong.
not immigrants. They're newcomers in Denver.
Yeah, fuck them. I
Did you hear
cannot
that,
wait.
Mark?
I cannot wait to see polls in a week. I can't fucking wait. In fact, I'm going to put one up on Facebook right now. Or not Facebook.
I'm
Fuck
proud of
Facebook.
you at your age putting up a poll.
Shut up. I fucking should have came in. I got a flight soon, so I was like, fuck it.
Sure, whatever. Doing your nails.
Where are you going now?
I'm going to see Miles just for today, tomorrow, come back Sunday.
Okay.
Awesome. Golly, your kids came out great. I don't know how.
Shut up.
Maternal.
Hey, look who's
Maternal
talking. Your kid
genes.
just graduated.
I
She had
know.
a nice video I watched from, even though I don't like him, the governor.
She's very smart and has all her teeth. Cannot be related.
She's not related to you then.
No.
Does she have all her toes?
An extra one.
My girlfriend just broke up with me because I have 9 toes. Turns out she is lactose intolerant.
God, I'm so pissed over that. I'll tell you what, it was one of the best speeches he's made. He was calm to the point. He did a great job this morning.
A little rambly, but I like him.
Hey,
All right.
what happened to Biden saying, oh, I'm going to come out and do a presidential thing after? You know what? He finally figured out. He finally figured out.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. John Jones is with us from Integra Insurance. John Jr., hey, man. Mary is on Medicare Advantage. I got to figure out the name of her plan again. Hold on. Mary, what's the name of your Advantage plan?
It's with Anthem, and it's Medi Blue Plus, and that's an HMO.
Okay. And
Tom, I just wanted to tell you this has happened. You know, I paid the copay in June.
We heard it
Then
all.
I asked for a different PA. No, and then I got the $325, but I didn't know they were charging that.
I know,
the
Mary.
EOB
Mary.
in October.
Okay, I'm going to put her on hold. Mary has this compulsion to tell a whole story over and over. I get what you're saying, Mary. I know that a lot of people don't think I'm listening, and I am. I heard it. John, she was getting injections for her knees, paying $35 copay at a big clinic. Then she switched to UCH because they somehow, the old clinic wasn't taking insurance, wasn't taking the insurance any longer. So she went to UCH. And UCH started doing some injections. And they said, don't worry, you don't have to pay your copay. We'll collect it in the end or put it at the end or whatever. The bottom line, here's the bottom line. Here's all that matters. Is now her copay is around $300, not $35. I just wanted to know, are copays standard when you're with an HMO Advantage plan, or can they differ according to the clinic?
No, it's a copay, and this would be in her evidence of coverage document. If it's a copay, it's typically fixed. So yeah, it's standard. So
if she's paying $35 at one, if she's paying $35 at one clinic, she should be paying it no matter where she goes for the same procedure.
As long as that other clinic is a network, I mean, you typically have and if she's on an HMO, then she doesn't have any out-of-network copay. That's a different cost than her in-network copay. So
okay. I'll find out. And so we need to know, okay. And again, Mary, I know you want to tell your story, but I need some very quick answers. Is UCH in your HMO?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have several doctors there, Tom, and everybody takes the $35 copay.
And the only one that did not take the $35 copay was this one physician's assistant.
Yes, and and twice, September and December, and also November. I had a bursa injection, the same thing.
So, in each time, they charge you roughly $300 each time.
Yes, $325. Yes,
each time. Okay.
Yes.
And did you call your Advantage plan and ask them? Did you look at your document? John, go ahead. Do you have a question?
Have you? What has Anthem told you?
Anthem just says to me, they say, well, that's what they charge. And I said, I don't understand. And I said, I don't understand the terminology. I've never heard that before. And I've been with them since January.
You never heard what before?
I've never heard this terminology where, we put that on the back end. Then when I went in December, the guy just shrugged at me and he said, well, we put that on the tail end. I said, I don't understand that terminology. What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that? Have you ever heard of that, John, where they say we put it on the tail end?
Did you have multiple injections that then they billed you at one time for?
No, I had both knees done, one injection in the left, one injection in the right, as I've always had.
And they didn't charge $300 for each injection, did they?
They charged $325. Yes.
For each knee?
No, for both. For both injections. For one visit, $325. Yes.
And then for the next visit, it was another $325.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you even have the ability to pay this?
John, what do you think's going on? Mark, we'll get to your question too. I mean, she probably can't pay it.
Let me ask you, because when
what's
it comes to
even the
Medicare
difference?
Advantage, real quick, when it comes to Medicare Advantage, there's certainly different rules from a broker standpoint. Did you work with a broker to get you enrolled in that plan, ma'am?
No.
Okay,
no.
You enrolled directly.
I got this plan when we all got a letter back in 2017 that said everybody in Colorado, Rocky Mountain Insurance, was no longer going to be providing care here in Colorado. And UCH, this woman doctor, sent a very nice, articulate letter out.
Fine. Suffice it to say, John, she switched on her own.
Yes, because I had
got it, Mary. I got it, Mary. Got it. Okay.
The challenge is not having the plan document, the evidence of coverage document in front of me, to be able to see here's the line out. Here is what.
Mary, John, is it something you can? John, is it something you can look up, knowing what plan she has? Aren't they all the same?
They're not all the same. No, Medicare Advantage plans are all very different.
No. What I mean is, if you know the name of her plan, is it the same as?
Yeah, I can. I'd be happy to look it up, and if we wanted to exchange, and I could, get my phone number, and I can look it up for her. And,
all right, that's what we're going to do. Now, by the way,
the problem is, Tom,
yes.
that they sent it to collections, and they sent me 3 emails the other day.
I don't think this call has any relevance if she can't pay it. It's just not going to matter. Can you pay it or not, Mary?
No, I can't.
Then none of this matters. Then don't pay it. There's nothing they can do to make you pay it.
Mary, first of all, you don't have to cry because, as Mark said, Mary, what if you can't pay it? There's nothing that they can't do anything to you.
Block their calls and move on with life.
Tom.
What's that?
You're going to ruin my credit, and I have a very good
Not over a medical bill, Mary. Not over a medical bill.
Things have changed on that, Mary. Things have changed on that.
What do I do? They said I have till July 24th in these 3 emails.
Okay, and what did they say they would do if you didn't pay by then? What did they say you would do?
They said that they just say here that it's a debt collector, and we're trying to collect the debt
Mary,
that you
I
owe
want
University Hospital.
Okay, now you called me, so if you're going to listen to me now and to Mark, ignore it right now. What I'm going to do first, here's what we're going to do. First, do I have to take this break, right? I do. Mary, you got to listen to me. We're going to put you in touch with John.
I am, Tom.
Okay, we're going to put you in touch with Mary, then hold on. We're going to put you in touch with John Jones. Yeah. We're going to see what coverage you have and if the copay was correct. Then if it was correct and somehow you missed it and you do owe it, then we're going to talk to these people for you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
A new crash just west of downtown, 6th Avenue eastbound, just before I-25. An accident involving multiple vehicles blocking the right lane, seeing stopped-up traffic back from Federal. I-25 southbound into downtown, showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. I-70 westbound, some stop-and-go traffic between Colorado Boulevard and York. I-70 eastbound, no complaints to DIA. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, scattered thunderstorms later today. Warm until then, high 75, overnight low of 51. Tomorrow, scattered thunderstorms continue, warming up with a high of 83, high 89 on Sunday. The current temperature in Denver is 54 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business's needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options, Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Red Rocks Roof and Solar. It's one of the companies I love talking about because they do it all from sales, installation, and service, and they help you with financing, tax credits, and if it's a commercial system, they have grant writers that can help get special REAP grants, which in some cases can pay for that system 100% or even more, putting money in your pocket. That's right. If you want to build a commercial system, look into that. You can even profit from it by reselling that electricity back to the grid and to tenants. You got to find out more. RedRocksRS.com. I love these people for what they do. They're such good people in the solar business. That's 303-704-2449. Speaking about great people in the business, what about Frank Duran, the real estate man.com? Frank Duran, what he does is second to none. He will give you a free market analysis of your home, what it will sell for, what you will net, what you can buy, all of that free of charge, complimentary. And he really means it. I'm serious. And if you ever want to list, there's no obligation. You don't find anyone better because he does, listen to this, no long-term contracts. He earns your money every day. If you're unhappy, he'll let you walk. He just asked that you give him a chance. 303-920-1622.
All right, hey Tom, you want to hear one I got?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, you want to hear a complaint about me I got?
What?
You'll love it. It's
What?
short. Have listened to Tom for many, many years and find his advice and his guests' advice very useful at times. Just recently started listening via the YouTube channel, but will stop doing so and listen less to all broadcast due to the foul language coming out of so-called Marc Mager's mouth during commercial breaks.
That is fucking
really?
accurate.
Is fuck the only word he knows? And this is what Tom's show has degenerated to?
Jeez. Who is it?
Oh, it's some asshole. I hear from him it's some fucking asshole that I hear from.
See, there he goes with the
for
F
the
word.
past 4 years. Every time. So I replied, you're a fucking troll.
God.
You see, that is the only word you know.
Yeah.
God, what a dick.
Now, does
I
your
think
mic
it's
have to be- our
if
mics
it's
don't
who
have
I
to be
think
on
it
this
is, I actually think it's a chick.
Ooh.
Oh, could be. What? They didn't sign a name?
No, they put a fake name, but I just know because of how, well, they're probably listening now on YouTube because they fucking love me. The funny part about these people that complain about me, truthfully, they can't listen to me enough. It's true. It's fucking crazy.
All right, Trump.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, yeah.
You know, that's the kind of fan I have that, you know, I could stand out in the street and shoot them and they'd still try to listen.
Wow.
I'll tell you who I think she is. Hold on. I got to delete. She goes by so many different names. So many different names. Where is she? I think her name is Cassandra, if I recall. And I want to say she's in Ohio, of all places.
Oh, horror.
How long was that lady on? People are saying she was on too long. Was she like the whole hour?
It was a long story. Wait a minute, though. I don't want to interrupt anybody. I want him to have the whole fucking show.
So they're mad that he interrupts, and they're mad that they talk. What
Yep,
the hell?
Exactly.
You know what? He does interrupt a lot, though.
Well, fuck you. You cuss too much.
I cuss too much. He interrupts too much. Actually, I learned all my cussing from Tom. Trying to meet Tom, I didn't even know the F word. I thought it was freak.
That's true. He doesn't know shit.
It's friggin', Friggin.
It still baffles me how all of a sudden in any society at any point in history, someone just goes, okay, you can't say fuck. I mean, it's just like who comes up with this list of words you can't use?
I got a few.
Mark, how do you do a poll? I don't even know how to do one.
You got to change yourself into the administrator, so Troubleshooter Network. Then you hit the little plus down by the chat, and you can start a poll.
All right.
Yeah.
Does that make
By
sense?
the way, Mark, I think it was Lenny Bruce that there were words you couldn't use.
No, it was George Carlin.
No, but you guys are talking. I understand what you're talking about now, but I'm saying who 200 years ago in the United States says, you know what, we're not going to say fuck. What Puritan came up with that?
You know, I'm getting Biden and Harris emails, and he's campaigning the shit out of this verdict.
It's because you signed up for him.
Island girl.
We're back? Are we
No,
back?
why? You want to be back?
No? Okay.
You can be. Go ahead.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303. Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're out of time. Now, I promise you're going to work on this. I'll take all of your other calls. Steve has a comment, but I don't think you can get it in just a short time. So, Steve, if you want to hang on, and we'll take your comment. We got Car Day as well, so your motor vehicle questions coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
You know what's amazing?
We're back.
All right, people, later, Gators.
Oh, you're signing off? I'll see you.
Yeah, I got to get ready. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Safe travels.
As soon as you turn on the AC, it goes down by 15 to 20 miles.
What are you talking about?
You know when it says how many miles you have left on
your car, yeah.
Yeah, it's like 15 to 20 miles.
Oh, yeah, that's a huge energy consumer.
Yeah. You have that too, Tom?
What's that?
When you turn on the AC, it goes down by your
range.
Your range goes down by 15 to 20 miles. Yeah, it's amazing.
Tom, what are you listening to in there? What are you doing?
What?
What is he distracted by?
When you turn on the AC in your car,
Or
range
that
goes
he's
down by
not
15
listening to the guy right to his.
Yeah.
Yours does too? In your hybrid?
Yeah,
You have the
it's
hybrid?
hybrid.
Oh, you have the all electric.
Yeah, it's all electric.
Hey, he's acting like when I
You
get
know, I
a
don't
hooker
care because I just
pregnant.
come home, plug it in,
So focused.
and in the morning it's 100%.
They're acting like paying some chick to keep her mouth shut is illegal. That's crazy. Oh, you want it open now, shut later? Okay. I think I'm figuring this out.
Jesus Christ. Now, why is he making remarks about Biden's going to talk about the Middle East? What's going on there?
Oh, it's Israelis' intrusion into Rafah. How far they've gone into that area. That
Well, it's
everybody
because
told
of
them
the
not
way
to go
Rafa
into.
was dressed.
What's in Rafah?
It's further down, further south in the Gaza
I'd
Strip.
intrude into Rafa too.
Well, you know they're not going to stop. I mean, they didn't
I
lie
know.
about it. They said what they're going to do.
RNC co-chair Lara Trump says the guilty verdict has sparked millions of donors tip with their money. The Biden-Harris campaign also fundraising off the verdict. So far, President Biden has not directly commented on the verdict.
Although I think for my $100, they're sending out a new black MAGA hat that I'm going to have.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that'll blend in.
You think?
Yep. I love that backdrop. Oh.
Quartet members from Sweden receiving the honor today for outstanding efforts in music. They're the most successful band to win the Eurovision Song Contest with Waterloo back in 1974. Since then, they've sold hundreds of millions of records around the world. I'm Michelle Collins, ABC News.
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets. With millions of YouTube views, shares, Instagram likes, followers, and fans across the globe. But what do all these amazing pets have in common? Their stories started in a shelter.
Good morning. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Visit the Shelter Pet Project.
Hello?
Find a shelter or adoptable pet.
Yes.
Training that pet to play the keyboard?
Yeah, this is Kelly.
Well, that's entirely up to you.
Yes.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org.
Sounds like they're almost on the same page.
Uh-huh.
Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Your perfect pet is just a click away at theshelterpetproject.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Madison, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Ooh. So Excel Roofing always says call them before you call your insurance company because it goes in the system as a partial claim. So before you call your insurance, Excel Roofing always says to call them first. Yep.
I wonder if that word is going to find its way into the English dictionary now. They're calling it lawfare. Have you heard that?
Yeah.
Look what being a convicted felon did for Martha Stewart. Holy crap. She can't make enough cookies now.
Well, Trump's going to have to find a sidekick like Snoop Dogg.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
He said, look what being a convicted felon did for Martha Stewart.
Has the stock market reacted to this, by the way?
I haven't.
I don't think it's going to have any effect on the stock
But can you believe that had to be unanimous on all 34?
Yeah, it was a felony. Any kind of there's a felony, it has to be unanimous decision. A misdemeanor doesn't have to be civil.
Were they? I find it hard to believe they were all Democrats. Do they ask what party affiliation they are?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Current Dow Industrial.
S&P 500 and NASDAQ are falling.
They've been falling all week, though. Kangaroo stocks this month. I think they basically given back everything they gained this month.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, this hour brought to you by ProBidEnergy.com, another solar contractor we love. ProBid Energy for your energy with solar systems, sales, installation, and service. And they're at ProBidEnergy.com. Now, listen. Somebody emailed me and said the other day we were talking about the insurance company not paying the total amount on a wreck. And they said, can't you go after the other party for the difference? For example, if your insurance company or their insurance company doesn't pay you for your car what it's worth and it was the other party's fault, can you go after the other party? Well, that's interesting. You can, but you can only go after them if truly the value's there. It's not what you think your car's worth. It's what it's worth. So keep that in mind. Suing means nothing if you can't prove damages. Today is car day, by the way. We do have Kevin Calkin with us from SheridanAutotech.com, Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission, TransmissionsDenver.com. We'll get to them. We have a few questions, but I want to tell you, Patrick. I don't know how we left it with Patrick, but he's the one that the failure to launch kid we call him. He's the one that it's a terrible situation. We've coached him through the time. He's got a job as a truck driver right now. He's got 2 young kids and going through a divorce. Bottom line is, he's saying he's trying to take his kids off sole custody, and he's willing to give up his job to do it. Patrick, I want to finish this up real quick here. Are you making good enough money to pay for an attorney? Because she's also going to want you to pay for her attorney. You know that, right?
Yes, I'm aware, and I'm making good enough money to pay for an attorney.
Okay, but you can't really drag this out. Is she willing to give up custody?
I'm not too sure right now.
Did she actually have a dependency and neglect case against her?
She has an active investigation in Ohio right now.
Where is she? In Ohio?
Yes.
And is that where you live now?
Used to. I currently don't have a home because I was kicked out of the home. I've been living on the truck.
Okay. Is it your rig or is it the company's?
Company's rig.
Does it have a sleep?
I did apply for an apartment, and it does have a sleeper.
Patrick, try to turn down the heat if you can. I mean, unless you're hell-bent on giving up everything and becoming a father, I mean, how are you going to support yourself with 2 kids?
I'm going to find a job where I'm home every night.
Are you going to make as much money?
I'm going to try and make what I can.
And if not, what do you do?
I'm going to try and do what I can to support my kids and keep my bills covered. If that means I got to sacrifice on.
Yeah, no, that's good. You're willing to sacrifice. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but what I'm saying is, I want you to be really, 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 really sure that you're not going for sole custody to punish your wife, and that truly you feel that the kids are in clear and present danger. I mean, I'm serious. Too many times. Now, I'm not saying shaking your daughter was the right thing, but that doesn't have to condemn her to a life sentence of never being a mother. There are all kinds of things you can do before taking full custody away. And I'm saying that might be the one thing that keeps you in court for years and destroys everything you've built. So keep in touch with us. I got to move on. Madison, what's going on with you, Madison?
Hi. I'm kind of just mostly looking for, help with getting transportation just back and forth to work, really.
I know what you're talking about, Madison, because I've been helping some people do just that. And it's very difficult. There are a lot of people who do want to work, but they don't have transportation. And I feel for you. In fact, right now I'm going to be talking to Jesse. I wanted to. I got a car at a very low price for someone, and it's down at Honest Accurate Auto in Colorado Springs that I'm donating, and I want to try to do this for people who have jobs and who can at least buy gas and insurance and all that. So maybe you're one of them, Madison. Tell me your story. Do you have kids? You alone? What's happening?
So I know it's a show, so I want to try to just sum it up in a quickly.
Sure. No, go ahead.
After February, like mid-February, I don't have really any family out here. The closest family I do have, they live an hour away, so I don't really like asking them for things. So my grandpa, who had custody of me at the time, he passed away mid-February.
How old are you right now? And
this is funny. I'm 18 years old, so it's really a lot harder for me.
You're pretty young, Madison. Okay, you're 18. Yep. Tell us about it. Go ahead. I'm listening.
So he passed away mid-February. Everything was going a little okay until it was time to go back, because my family lives in Maryland. It was time to go back there for the funeral. Went back there, and then when I came back, it's 11 o'clock at night. I'm driving on the highway, and there goes my car. It just dies right there on the side of the road.
Did your grandfather raise you?
Pretty much. Since I was 2, I was taken away. But it's kind of like I was basically shielded from my family. Like he wanted to keep me away from them. For what reason?
No, I get. Well, he probably felt your family wasn't good for you. I don't know. Or was he a bad guy or a good guy?
For all my life up until I was 14 years old, I thought he was good, but he turned out to be a bad guy. So.
Anyway, so you lost your car, you lost your grandfather who raised you, and how did you end up in Colorado?
He came out here with me when I was 2 years old.
Okay, you've been living here a while then. I get it. So let me just let's cut right to the chase. So your car went belly up, it's gone. And how are you living right now from day to day? Do you have a place?
So luckily, where we were staying at that time he had a housing voucher. So they gave that to me, so I was able to move somewhere because I was staying with a friend. When I stayed with that friend, my trip to work was only maybe 10 or 15 minutes walking wise. 10 actually, timed it before. So where I moved to now, it's an hour walk. I've tried. I cannot currently.
But where you're living right now, who's paying the rent right now?
Mostly it's housing. It's me who has to pay my portion of the rent. So I'm paying it myself. But due to me paying that and what my job pays right now, it's my whole check pretty much goes to paying rent. I don't have I have nothing in my apartment.
I get it. So what do you need to get on your feet? It sounds like you're working. What kind of a job do you have?
I work retail at a grocery store. Mostly what I'm looking for right now, what would help the most, is literally just transportation, somewhere to get back. So I can start working more and start working overtime to start building myself back up.
Now, do you have any support here at all? Do you have friends? Do you have church? Do you have anything?
Not really, no. I mean, I do, I have my acquaintances at work, but it's and they're just literally acquaintances. They're not really friends that I can depend on to
And what about your family? You say an hour away. Where is that?
They live out in Elizabeth, and they feel like they have enough going on. They took all of his stuff when he passed away from our apartment and the storage units, and they're trying to sell all that and do all that. And I feel too bad asking them for help.
Are they trying to help you? Do you get along with them?
Oh, I do. They'll offer me things. They offered me a dining room table, which I say yes to. But then it's I try to work with some way for them to come out here, and then it's or come over here, and then it's benefiting them in some way. I'll offer to pay for their gas or something, because I feel bad asking them to drive an hour here and then an hour back to help me.
Okay, got it. Now, you're there, you're alone. Do you have any close friends other than work?
No, I only have one, but she's younger than me. She's 16, so I can't really ask her for help.
Well, you're just 18. I mean, you're pretty young to be going through all of this, and you need transportation. And you say your job is a mile away?
My job, if you look
an hour. Did you say an hour away?
Yeah, it takes an hour to walk, and I've tried the scooters.
And
but
okay,
due to the
so how many
construction-
miles is that? Like, how many miles away from work are you? Curious.
If I could say roughly 1 or 2, and that's what's really shitty about it is. Oh, sorry.
Okay,
excuse
hold
my
on.
language. That's
Hey, can you get that, Shannon? I'll put her on hold, and I'll take a quick break. Yeah, just clean that up, and we'll come right back. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255.
Done right kitchens, baths, counters and floors, finished basements, windows and doors. Our 8% scheduling incentive and bank financing to ask about. Make a great time to call 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Lazy Days RV, your RV authority. What does that mean? That means you can get new and used RVs, you can get service, you can get sales, and you can get support for warranty work, whatever you need. Lazy Days stands behind all of their products. Now you can buy new or used. You can get service done at I-25 and exit 240. They have a big, beautiful new service facility up there, formerly a Century RV. Our friends up there are now with Lazy Days. And Lazy Days has multiple locations around the country for your support. So when I say the RV Authority, I mean it. LazyDays.com. Keelan Park. They're attorneys. They work on estate planning. What is an estate? It's everything you own, everything you are, your business, your investments, your fine art, whatever you own, vehicles, collectibles. And here's the deal. People want a plan. You can do a simple will, maybe a trust, maybe something else to avoid probate altogether. And here's the deal. When I say they do a simple way of doing business, they will go over everything free of charge. Then come up with a plan. That's all complimentary. Then you decide with this price up front they give you if you want to go forward. It's that simple. No risk. LawKP.com. 970-818-8198.
A lot of people are struggling to keep up with everyday bills, food.
But man, I did get a little sideways with somebody working a register at IKEA. It wasn't bad, but I just said,
where am I here now? Where am I?
I said,
18 years old.
I'm starting to think that you're wearing a mask because of me.
She said something about the scooter.
I don't think it's you. I think it's me. Am I icky? And I wouldn't shut up while she was ringing my stuff up.
She said she tried it.
Yeah, I want to find out why she didn't like it, because that's perfect
It's
for
something
her.
I don't.
That's what all the kids are using anyway.
I see a lot of kids using them. How much do they cost?
I don't know. I was going to ask her about that.
I think you pay according to the time you use.
No,
Well,
there's
so
no
you
way.
Buy them, like
No.
other things, $1 an hour or something.
Well, I
It's
certainly
kind of less
understand,
than
and I
a
don't
car, 'cause
think
you
I'm
gotta
being
get
racist in
registration
this. If I
insurance.
see Asian people, they tend to have masks on, and I think that it's because some relative of theirs worked at Wuhan, and they know how dangerous that thing is. What's Hunter carrying onto a plane that they've blurred out? Is that a child? Is he carrying a kid onto a plane?
So Hunter Biden, what do you think?
He's going to be railroaded too.
No.
Whether or not he's guilty, unfortunately, he's not. I don't think he's going to get a fair trial.
Why is that?
Because it's retribution.
Generating tone over that?
What?
I think he's going to get off free. I think just the opposite.
Okay.
I think Democrats are fully in control of everything.
Stop being
They've already
weird.
cut half the charges back to what he was originally charged for.
Did it?
How do you appeal 34 felonies? Seriously.
Well, I mean, probably.
Where did they err?
Well, they erred in the directions to the jury. They erred in what they allowed in as evidence and disallowed and all kinds of
And witnesses and everything else.
There's a witness they didn't allow to, which would have.
They're talking about how the state is spending millions of dollars on some
really
new
have a
HIV
hankering
testing
for
thing.
jalapeno.
The way that we used to do it, as a kid was finish the lyric. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Ting, ting, ting went the bell. You might want to get tested. Now, that was how we did it. No. Somewhere. Okay.
God, that guy's got a constitution of steel if he doesn't crumble.
Why does it
I would
want to
crumble.
say it was an MP3?
Oh,
Son of a
God
T-biscuit.
I couldn't stand
I
it.
couldn't, not
half the country
all
against you.
directions.
I mean,
yeah.
it's nice having half with you, but having all that, the people who hate him fucking hate him. I mean, they truly feel he's Hitler. Do you know that?
Mhm.
The emails I get, they feel he is
My
Hitler.
dad's one of them.
Huh?
My dad's one of them.
Yeah?
100%.
I try to make a point that he is not, they're not picking him as the great example of the best person that ever lived.
Now, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Listen, Madison. Okay, now, Madison, I'm trying to think how we can help you. I would love to, to investigate and look at your background, make sure you're not putting us together. You're not some kind of meth head, and you really need a car. And I do want to help. I want, Willie B, by the way, a colleague here at iHeart in Denver, has been doing for years cars for people. I don't know how he does it exactly or who he gives them to, but do you know anything about it, Shannon? You've been here for years like I have.
He buys them with his own money he gets from working on Discover TV and stuff, and he just buys them and fixes them, hands them out.
He does. Maybe we should start that kind of a
Hey,
program.
Madison, you mentioned something about the scooters. Why? What's the problem with taking
Yeah,
scooter
have
now
you tried
that it's
some of those
summertime?
green? Who runs those? Are they Lyft or who are they?
Lime or whatever.
Lime. Have you ever tried those at least temporarily, Madison?
So where I live at, there's construction like on the main road that I have to take to get to my job. And it's like if I try to go around, it hits what they call a no-go zone. So it turns red and it stops.
Are you okay? Let me ask you this: are you able to afford a car even?
So that's what I was kind of thinking is if I could find one cheap enough or something or work something out.
Yeah, but you don't
if
have
they
any
ran
money,
my-
right? We need to get you a car donated. But even if we got you one donated, even if we found you one, and I'm a real believer in helping people who are not falling off the cliff. What I mean is you're not too far gone to I hate using that expression. What I mean is you're hanging on, you're right? So all we need to do is help you to keep hanging on. But what I want to know is, do you have a plan for the future?
Oh yeah. So I was like, before all that happened, I do really good at my job. Like I'm there all the time. If anything, I'm early or I pull extra hours. It's just after this, it's just like I really haven't been able to. It's been a struggle. So it's like I would get it. If I got the help with transportation, I'd be back to work full time or probably more, and then I'd be able to pay all my bills. Luckily, due to that voucher, they've been able to help me pay like my bills that I have. So far. So it's been all right.
So you would have to get some plates, but if it's a cheap enough car, that's not going to be expensive. And some basic insurance. And trust me when I say basic. And here's the deal.
I know.
It's expensive, even basic. In fact, today, because it is car day, hey, Kachina, a couple things I want to get on you need to work in. First, Jesse at Honest Accurate Auto. I want to get him on an update on inspecting that car. And then I want to ask anyone else out there who has cars. We got people who can fix them. I'm not saying they're going to do it free, but they'll give us a good deal. I want to start looking for cars for people. And I know Willie has that program. This is for people simply, it's going to be one mission only, people who need to get to work. Now, Madison, so I do want to help. You do have a plan. You do well at work. You want to keep that job. And did you finish high school?
No, because at the time, what happened with me is he did take care of my grandpa. He did take care of me. But when it hit a certain point, I basically became his caretaker. So with having a job,
Yeah,
and
I get it.
taking
Okay,
care
you don't have to get into a long explanation, but what about, did you get a GED?
Not yet. That
Okay.
was another thing in my plan. Is
Well,
like
the
once
reason I say that
situated
is that
myself.
might help you in the future to advance a little more. But listen, that's up to you. I get her information for us, Kachina. Madison, maybe someone listening wants to help out. Hold on, all right? And we're going to get your information. You know, God, so many people need help, but I want to help people who want to keep going. I do. Okay, now listen. You know, one of my listeners, Dave, gave me a great deal on this car. I mean, he really did. I paid next to nothing for it. It was almost a donation. Now, it's going to take me a little to get it up and running. I mean, what I mean is it has sat at his house for a while, but it's still worth it. Guys, you can't get a car for what I got it for. And even if I put a little money into it, and I want to do this on a case-by-case basis. And all we can do is our little part, right? Now, I don't mean to diss any churches, okay? And I don't want to discourage people from doing what they do. But you know that people feel, and I know plenty of good people, listen to this, they literally give 10% of their income to a church thinking that that's what they're commanded to do under tithing. Now, again, I'm not going to tell people not to do that. I've always thought what I like doing, and again, I'm not dissing churches, but I like just doing things for people directly, right? Rather than going through a middleman. I mean, that's what I like. That's what I like doing. I'm not throwing stones at anyone who supports their church or anything like that. But I look at tithing a different way. I say, we all need to give back a little. We all need to help we need to help people, right? I mean, there's something that enriches your life when you help people a little, right? I know there are people that, oh, well, if they deserve help, I get it. You can qualify your giving. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't want to waste money. But the point is that if more and more people can help, if you want to help me help others, people, I promise you this, we don't take a dime of anything. I don't mean a dime for administration. This money goes into a special account, and we take every single dime to help others. I promise that. I promise you, okay? That's what we do. We're not a charity. We just help people. You know, what's really funny is I one time had somebody, I forget who it was, from somewhere, the state or something, say, do you have a charity? I said, no. I said, people just donate money. He said, well, why would they do that? I said, because they want to help others. They were almost pissed. No, it was a newspaper reporter one time. And he was kind of pissed off he couldn't find anything wrong. He said, well, what do you mean? What do you mean you collect money? And I said, yeah, I do. He says, well, on what authority? I said, no authority. People gift me money. Do you pay tax on it? I don't have to. It's a gift. Did they pay tax on it? Well, they already pay tax on it. In other words, do you understand you don't have to go through red tape to help people? You give me money, I don't have to claim. It's a gift. I give it to others. Now, if I kept it as income, for God's sakes, that would be, well, I could be really a scumbag and say you gave it to me and I don't have to claim it. But we don't do that. Not a penny. And I think you know that. God Almighty, you don't last almost 50 years on the air by cheating people. So if you want to...
I don't mean to be a brown nose, but it's absolutely true to anybody listening. The money we have in the slush fund goes directly out to people
and more than
who
that,
need it.
way more than that. I mean, yeah, we contributed too. So if you want to help people and help me help others, you just heard this story. One thing I'll tell you, and I promise you this, we look into these stories. We do not get snowballed. Well, in the past I have. I've gotten snowballed where people, talk me into donations and they turned out to be phony. But we learned so many lessons from that. So, Brian, hang on. Amy, definitely hang on. We got more coming up.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Some new slowdowns west of downtown. 6th Avenue eastbound at I-25. A crash blocking 3 right lanes has stop and go back from Perry Street. This one's involving multiple vehicles. Maybe around for a while. We're seeing about a 15-minute delay through the area. Otherwise, a calm drive throughout the Denver Metro. No complaints. I-25 north and southbound. I-70 eastbound. It's easy driving to DIA. We are seeing some congestion. Pena Boulevard northbound just after I-70. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Scattered thunderstorms later today. You see those clouds rolling in. High 75. Overnight low of 51. More thunderstorms tomorrow. Warmer with a high of 83. The current temperature is 55 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies are sponsors of this show. Yeah, and I endorse them, and I'm a client. That's all true. But I would never endorse them if I didn't believe in what they do. What they do is help you build nest eggs. They help you with investments. They help you with your retirement plan to create income, to help you with long-term planning for long-term care if you need it, and a contingency there. They also help you get your legacy together with estate planning through referrals. They quarterback your retirement. They're good, honest, well-meaning people that really look at things you may have overlooked. I know because I've used them, and you can too. And what's great is they will do this and meet with you as many times as it takes for you to feel comfortable. You don't have to commit. And when you do commit, the fees are very small compared to what they do for you. rpcenter.com. That's Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. rpcenter.com. Give them a call. You have nothing to lose. 970-663-3211. Simply Floors, Inc. SimplyFloorsInc.com. You know, Simply Floors is a floor covering place with every floor covering imaginable, and they love talking floors. They'll come to see you, or you can go to one of their showrooms, or a combination. Best installers in the business. They live and stand by their warranties, and you will love doing business with them. Great prices, great values, great selection. Simply Floors, Inc. That's INC. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Hey, Broncos country. I'm Terrell Davis.
Hey.
You think he'll say anything about Trump?
He already
I don't
did.
think he can help himself. I think he will.
Let's find out.
It's
He
Kelly
already
over at
did.
the Martino show.
He
I
was saying that
finally
it was
have an open
irresponsible
mind.
to be making comments about the courts and everything else.
He did say that
Yeah,
already?
It was on just a
How are
minute ago.
you?
Yeah, I mean, he'll say that now, but you get him in front of a mic when he's...
Well, his emails to me.
Did you start
Yeah.
at a new company?
They got to tone it
It's
down.
probably on the front page of his freaking webpage.
Yeah. You got a webpage?
Oh yeah, they do.
I can't see him lasting another.
Nice.
That's what scares me is that Kamala might become president. She is the dumbest
All
woman.
right. Well, then
I've
I
ever
will switch
seen
it to Harris Family
in my
Law
life.
on the
I mean,
on
she's
the
a complete idiot.
Perfect. All right. Hang on for me.
She was a prosecutor.
Yeah, LA.
That's
yeah.
scary. It's affirmative action. I told you, story.
Yeah, but that doesn't keep you passing.
No. It gets you in. Yeah.
I know.
She had to do the work a bit, Doc.
Yeah, but
Well,
on her
I'll tell you,
back.
in my medical school, it's harder to get to flunk out than it is to get in. And 3 women dropped out after the first year, and they were all 3 young black women who got in on affirmative action.
Yeah, but they're.
And they
Yeah, but
just-
she graduated, so I mean, she doesn't
Yeah,
really
because they
fit
bent
that
over
mold.
backwards.
Yeah. Nah, you know,
Forward.
they still got to produce. And I was disappointed because I thought she was smarter or more, you know.
Wait a minute. Is Steve now with Harris Family Law?
Yes.
Is he doing taxes though?
Yeah, they brought him over to start a tax division.
I can't hear you.
You got to hit offline.
Well, I didn't know. She can talk like you do. Why do I have to go offline?
Well, what makes you so special that you don't?
No, I thought you could talk to me like he did. You want me to go offline when I talk?
That's
Okay,
the only
well.
way that you can hear me.
Not-
yes, he's at Harris Family Law. He's starting at the tax division for that. They brought him over from Larson.
Excellent.
Who the hell? God damn it.
So Jesse's available in about 15 minutes, so I'm going to call him then.
I'll straighten her out when she gets back.
There's got to be some plan for some of the, like this girl here.
You
I mean,
can
she
hit
really can't afford
talk all.
Yeah, but it's so
did she,
difficult for me
how
to
long ago did
stretch
she say
because I
she
have
lost her
such little
car?
arms and
I
then I
don't
have to
know.
like
Yeah,
go
so-
right on top.
Because if she's already experienced a lapse in insurance, that's
Did you understand what she said about the scooters?
Yeah.
I can't
She's
reach it because I
renting
have
it the
little
way she
arms.
has to go around the construction.
It went off. It turned
Way
off.
further down in the bed.
Can't you just walk it around the?
I know. It just seems like there's.
Look, she doesn't sound like she's a liar to me.
No, I didn't say that, but I'm just saying the expense of a car.
And you can understand the inconvenience of having to do all that.
I wouldn't know what to do if I didn't have a car. Yeah, no, I get it, but I also know it's freaking ridiculous what you got to pay to own a car.
I don't like doing the show. I mean, the show. Okay, I wish I was. Here we go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
RHI.com.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Let's go to Steve Sizik, attorney at law. Steve is now with Harris Family Law. He's opening a tax division there. And Harris Family Law, by the way, they do family law. I've known them for years. Rich and Lisa Harris and their team. And never before is there more importance to tax law than with divorces. I mean, that's a really important thing. Plus, just in general. So, Steve, congratulations on your move.
Yeah, thank you. It's going to be a really good thing. I think
They're
that,
really
like you said,
they're
family
really
law
good
tax
people,
talks
man.
together a lot.
They're
Yeah,
really good
yeah.
people. You'll love
For sure, for sure. Thanks for that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Steve, so this guy calls the show, and this is also good because I love talking to you about stuff. Now, this guy calls the show, and he says his 2022 taxes were not filed because his accountant got very sick, and at the last moment, way in like now, he's told, or in late in 23, I mean, you didn't file. I'm sick. So he finally got another. No, he finally filed a year late. I don't know if he did it himself or whatever, but he owed $12,000 and now is being socked with penalties and interest and all that. Now, I don't really think he'll get out of any interest, but in a case like that, would they overlook penalties, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a couple things with that one, too. If he's been compliant before, so if he had 3 years where he was in good standing with the IRS,
Yeah.
filing, straight up and flying right, he could actually apply for what's called a first-time abatement request. So in doing that, it doesn't matter the reason. You just say, hey, look, I've been compliant for 3 years. I have penalties and interest for this one return. See if I qualify. You can call them and ask for it, and it's codified. It doesn't matter if you if you got on a plane and flew to Iran for a year. If as long as you qualify for it, it removes both penalties and interest. So that's the first thing he should try. If he doesn't qualify for that, then if you do have proof that your CPA was sick, specifically you have something in writing from the CPA, and you can provide that to the IRS in what's called a reasonable cause request. They'll entertain removal of penalties in that particular instance. Like you said, if you're going for a reasonable cause request, then interest is not going to get removed, but penalties certainly can if you can prove that. The standard is that you acted as a reasonably prudent business person or taxpayer, and something outside of your control caused you to not be able to file.
Yeah,
or
like
pay on time. So
if a preparer got sick.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and if you can prove it. I mean, I think the key with the IRS is that a lot of people could say, my CPA screwed me over, they didn't call me, whatever it is. That's not the best excuse or reason for not filing your taxes. But if you're like, hey, I was under the impression he was going to file it, I paid him, and then I didn't hear from him, and here's a letter from him saying he's been in the hospital for 6 months, well, then they're going to entertain that because that's justified.
All right. Well, thank you, Steve. And can people reach you at the main Harris number about tax issues?
Yep. So that main line, and then obviously on the website as well, and we're sort of building the plane while we're flying it right now.
Right. No, I understand
the vision, but certainly taking all calls and certainly happy to assist with any and all tax issues as we always have. So happy to move forward on this, and it's. Let's make sure I got it. It's 303-515-5000.
That's right. I was going to give that out. 303-515-5000. Doc, did you have a question for him?
Hey, Steve, I have a question. If he had paid what he paid last year, would that abate the penalties?
Well, that's what you call safe harbor, you mean?
Yeah.
If he had prepaid?
Yeah, if he said, look, last year I paid $5,000, so I'm going to send you a check for $5,000, and then wouldn't that be an automatic abatement of his penalties?
Yeah, so if he had essentially paid,
but he didn't pay because he owed $12,000. Yeah.
Yeah. So if he had paid with the extension, and he hadn't owed previously, that essentially would have reduced, what the penalties might have been. But if he didn't full pay it,
right,
with the extension, there would be a penalty component for what he owed in addition to that original payment, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
You can always pay with your extension, but if you don't full pay it, you still owe. And then if you don't pay it after a period of time, they're going to penalize you for that. It's called late payment.
Okay. I appreciate that. Steve Cizik with HarrisFamilyLaw.com. Let's keep going here. Amy. Hi, Amy. What's going on?
Hi, Tom. My mom has been living in a nursing home, and she's now at the point where she needs hospice care.
Now, how old is your mom and how bad is it? How imminent or what? Let's ask that right off the bat.
She's 90. She'll be 91 in July. She's got advanced dementia.
Okay.
She hit her head in 21 and hasn't been right. She's been in a wheelchair. She's getting to the point where she can't eat, can't feed herself.
Now, the nursing homes usually have relationships with hospice care, do they?
They do, but they gave us a list of hospice cares to choose from, and I don't know what's better and what's worse.
Okay. I will tell you this. As far as my business of taking complaints over the years, we have very seldom gotten complaints about hospice care. Now, obviously, people will say, well, what do you mean? Who's going to complain? Most of their patients are deceased or die shortly after, but the families would definitely speak up. Now, I know some obvious ones that have been around for years and years and years, and I imagine they must have told you about that, right? I mean, like, I hesitate. Well, I don't actually mind giving, but there are, like, Denver, I believe it's called the denverhospice.org. Have you contacted them? They have been around for years and years and years.
Yes, that's one that I've been told about several times by various people. And then when I was talking to one of my friends from church, she said, don't use Denver Hospice. And I haven't had a chance.
Well, wait a minute.
Why
would she say that? I have personal experience there with a member of a family. And it was, my God, I've never seen more caring people in my life. But
yeah, because that came highly recommended until I talked to her. But I haven't, well, she sent me a text message, so I didn't talk to her. But I'm going to give her a call back. But that's why I was just curious as to.
Why don't you call her back and call us back if you want? But that first, and I'm telling you personal information here inside, being there for on and off for a few weeks, and not me personally, but somebody I knew, and I didn't have one observation, not one that's even a little, and everyone is always on their most vulnerable and heightened sense. So if there's going to be a complaint, it would be during that time. And and so that's what I would say, Amy. If they're on a list, I'd put them high on the list. Call me back with what your friend says. I'd like to know why he or she said that, or I think you said she said that, because that doesn't make sense to me. Now, Jesse is on the line, or he's going to be on the line soon. And right after this, and we're going to talk about one of the cars I purchased real cheap, and we're going to talk about how he goes through an inspection and what he found.
And not necessarily about this car necessarily, but in general, why do you do used car inspections? Kevin does those, and for his customers, and Jesse, of course, does them in Colorado Springs. So we'll talk about that and more coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Some stopped-up traffic just west of downtown 6th Avenue eastbound at I-25. A crash blocking 3 right lanes has stop and go back from Perry. We're seeing about a 5-minute delay. As a result, I-25 southbound, the off-ramp to 6th Avenue eastbound is closed as well. Watch out for detours and police crews. Otherwise, a calm drive throughout the Denver Metro. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from DIA. 225 north and southbound, no complaints through Aurora and the Denver Tech Center. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, scattered thunderstorms, high 75 today, overnight low of 51. Isolated thunderstorms tomorrow as well, but warming up with a high of 83 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 56 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan at 630 KHOW.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
Red Rocks Roof and Solar, you've heard me talk enough about them. Red Rocks, if you're looking for a solar system, you want to call them, especially commercial systems in rural areas. Now, when I say rural, it means outside of a main city or town. They have these special grants. You know what you might want to do? You might want to call them and just shoot the breeze. And if you're looking for a residential system, even completely off-grid, they can tell you how to get 40% tax credits with them, plus any grants for commercial systems and super loans. RedRocksRS.com. Time to tell you about spring cleaning. Get it done. Even if you missed the spring part of it and it's almost summer. ZeroResDenver.com. They do not only carpets with purified, softened, alkaline-based water. That's the best cleaning agent in nature. I'm telling you, you will be amazed. It washes away and absorbs all the pathogens, dirt, grime, and crap from your carpets and leave them fresh and clean. There's nothing behind. I was so happy to get all the crap out of my carpets and finally have like a new carpet. And that's because of Zero Res. And they do ductwork and they do upholstery and they do other cleaning. If you care about your health and you simply want clean, really clean carpets, get Zero Resified. 303-471-5150, 471-5150, ZeroResDenver.com.
Are you spending a fortune while shopping on Amazon? What if I said you can earn...
Yeah, that's loud. All right, while you're standing up, don't sit. I need your... What's going on here? What's going on with your president? Watch this.
This is not my president.
All right, well, there he goes. He's done. He's leaving. Let's see. Over here. And I'll walk to the... Wait. Oh.
Denver Hospice has been there for a long time.
Hey, pizza's here. Look how happy the president is. You stopped watching. Kelly has the shortest attention span of any human I know. Almost as bad as Tom. Almost.
One of those things you hope you never have to use. I don't ever want to sit in a chair, get away from my diaper to get changed or something.
We can do a lot of wonderful things as far as patient care and comfort.
I know, but I just hope when it's time you just,
This marketing guy for Larson Tax Relief, they decided to stop advertising.
Play it for me again.
Oh, I just deleted it. Sorry.
Because I guess a lot of people aren't being hassled by this, or there aren't enough big cases and their business is slowed down. That's why Steve Sissy left and went.
Yeah, sure.
So, but they have a guy, Michael Plantini, who uses as an expert from time to time. So we called to get him on the show.
Stood there for a while.
And he would come on. And
Wow.
their marketing guy called and said, "Why did you call to get him on the air?" I thought we canceled. I said, "I got your notice of cancellation, no problem." And I said, and I said, "We just called him." I just had the answer. I wanted to show you what I sent.
Good afternoon.
So I
Thanks
said,
for calling the
"Listen,
Tom Martino
this
Show."
call, okay. Your cancellation did go through. Our call to Michael is to get him on the air as an expert with no strings attached. Usually anyone in marketing would be thrilled with the prospect of free publicity while demonstrating their knowledge in a particular area. However, you may have some rare
Well,
form
today
of
is car day. We do have two car experts here. So, what is your name?
Because he was complaining about it.
Bill, B-I-L-L. Okay.
I had to use Larson a couple of years ago. They did a good job.
And what is the
they
year
were
and make
effective.
of your
I guess
car?
their business has gone to hell.
And it was Jiffy Lube? Grease monkey.
But they finally caught up with you.
They contested that the
Okay.
child support
Hang
that I
on
was
for
paying
me,
my
and they will
ex
be with you as
wasn't
soon as
child
possible, okay? Hold on.
Or no, excuse me, the alimony wasn't alimony. It should have been child support. She owed me child support.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino. I want to talk to Jesse Schillinger. And Jesse, one of the main reasons I wanted you on was to talk about these used car reports or these car inspections. I love them. And Kevin says he's got a program where they go through all the major systems and stuff. So,
yeah.
Explain in a used car checkup, since today is car day. What do? Do you basically start somewhere and go through the whole thing? Do you have a regular program? What is it like? What do you do?
We have a system set up that tries to catch all that is important. Doors, locks, heater, air conditioner, radio. Like, we just go through the system and we just check it off as we go and making sure that we're getting into every system. And if we see an issue, whether it's coolant with oil in it or whether it's transmission fluid that seems to be dark, we can put notes in there that, would be worth looking further into this once we get to that point.
Now, one thing I did notice and I liked about the report as I was going through it is you give comments on, listen, it might, this is an older car or a lot of miles. This is common. Don't get panicked, or maybe this might help or that might help. You don't seem to be like scaring the hell out of people. No, I mean that sincerely.
No, well, we appreciate that. We're trying to work with the customer and letting them know, number one is safety. Let's make sure all the safety items are checked first. Number two, comfort, right? So if a strut's bad, yes, it's going to affect tires and it's going to affect the ride, but is the car still safe? Sure, it's still safe to drive. So let's put that on a list to monitor, and as you start putting some miles on this car and you start driving it, we can monitor that system and say, is it better, worse, or, hey, is it really bad and now we need to get in there and get this thing taken care of? We don't want to scare anybody.
Do you mind saying what it costs for a pre-buy inspection?
Yeah, we do a pre-purchase inspection for $115.
Man, that's a steal.
And
see, that's right around what Kevin's, I think, 120. I mean,
yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. That's hard to believe.
Customer, if we bring it in and we get it in the air and it's so bad that it's not even worth going through the inspection, we'll charge you for that one, ask you, please don't buy this, bring us another one, and we'll get that one done for free. We want to be fair with you.
That's pretty damn cool. And that's Honest, Accurate Auto. That's what I want to know, Jesse. And then, by the way, I'll be emailing you about this particular car, but I was very impressed with the inspection report and how, so it's inspected and passed, and then you go through all the major systems, electrical and all that, the safety issues, and then each section of the car. It is very, very easy to understand. Now, when somebody takes their car in for another kind of problem, do you use something similar than this?
We do. It's not quite as extensive as this one. We just do a vehicle inspection, but 90% of what you get in here is covered on that. We always want to make sure, even if you just come in for an oil change, that you don't leave here and your brakes go out tomorrow and we miss that. We want to catch those items while you're here.
All right, well, thank you. And that's Honest, Accurate Auto in Colorado Springs, 719-598-6306. We appreciate that, Jesse. I hope, that That's one of the numbers. Anyway, Kevin, so you'd pretty much do the same thing. You go
And
through.
we do, and a lot of times we want to make sure the rest of the car's good before we try to sell brakes, for example. What if you have a head gasket out and you need brakes? How are you going to feel if you paid
so
me?
So you've at times probably told people don't bother.
Don't do any of it. Get rid of it.
Exactly.
Yep.
Bill, what's going on, Bill?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I'm a grease monkey on 35th Avenue in Greeley. I wanted to get my oil changed, and they come in and told me my rear end needed the grease change in it. I said, I'll do it next time. Well, they didn't put the plug back in. And I drive down the road, my rear end locked up, about hit another car.
How many miles on this vehicle?
150,000.
Oh, crap. So what are they willing to do for you?
Nothing. They said they won't do the insurance guy is supposed to be coming out. I've been waiting 10 days.
Well, what do you mean they won't do anything?
They haven't done anything yet.
Yeah. But did they say we're not going to do anything, or did they say we got to let our insurance guy look at it?
Well, they said they got to let the insurance guy look at it, but the guy, it's been 10 days, and they won't get a hold of me.
Is your car over at their place?
Yeah.
They're going to have to do something, but here's the problem. You're not going to be happy even if they take responsibility. Jeff, tell them why.
Although differentials aren't the most common failure on vehicles, 150,000, you could reasonably say you've gone through the lifespan of it.
Yeah, but maybe you'll get something. See, what we're getting at, Bill, is if they did destroy it. Now, obviously, they did destroy it prematurely because it wasn't destroyed. But how much do they owe you? They certainly do not owe you a new one. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it didn't make no noise.
No, I get it.
There's some good used ones available for that, I'm sure.
They would probably be responsible to get you a good used one.
Yep.
So what I say... No, I get it. Hold on. I'm going to give this to someone to work on. Hold on, okay? We'll come right back to you. Do not hang up. I'm Tom Martino. More coming right up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Meet Ron Hanks. He's the conservative candidate for Congress in Colorado who was just endorsed by the Colorado Republican Party. Here's Ron Hanks in his own words.
I dare say I'm the most conservative in the race. I have a proven conservative record.
How conservative is Ron Hanks? Ron Hanks has received multiple awards for his ultra-conservative voting record in the Colorado State House. Here's Hanks again.
I have been pro-Trump, pro-America, America First, and MAGA ever since Trump came on the scene.
In Congress, Ron Hanks would be a pro-Trump warrior who would back Trump's agenda. And on immigration, Ron Hanks says immigration is his #1 issue. Hanks wants to close the southern border, and he even supports building Trump's border wall.
We have to stop the immigration. Stop them and tell them they can't come in anymore.
Stop the immigration? Let's hear that from Ron Hanks again.
We have to stop the immigration.
Ron Hanks is conservative, all right. Too conservative for Colorado. Rocky Mountain Values PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising. Paid for by Rocky Mountain Values PAC. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. Learn more at rmvpac.org.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHO.
Yep.
Oh my God, that must be an interesting search.
I have some that are really, some URLs that really, they estimate to be a really good value. You tell them you want to sell it?
I just have the lady that handles my website. I just told her, and she's taking care of it. Next thing I know, I got an email from the GoDaddy says they want to do this.
And they charge what, 20%?
Something like that.
Yeah, how else would you market it? I mean, if you didn't go through GoDaddy or something. Because they keep track of people searching, don't they? And make recommendations.
They value it. How much they say it's worth?
Well, I mean, it comes up in generic.
for a while on sitstop.com, but it turned out it was an Indian term. The sits to pee.
My God.
Sits to pee Indian term. All right. He sits to pee. Oh, he's the chief.
Instead of standing, he sits to pee.
Yeah.
How the hell you doing, guys?
I'm all right, buddy. Yourself?
You guys.
It's their pizza. Let them have it. If they wanted to get cold, let it get cold. Arf. Arf.
More jalapenos, please, more.
See? See? See?
What?
Don't worry about it. Are you gonna have a single piece?
You're the one making it cold because you're fanning it like that.
Oh, right. Whatever. Whatever.
You know what would be the greatest news cycle in history? Is if 4 days before the convention, he's sentenced to jail. Holy shit. We'd have cameras at the jailhouse for speeding.
Secret Service joining him.
I
in
want it.
jail.
All the Secret Service and orange jumpsuits. That would be beautiful.
Or even if they just did in-home detention. Even if they just did in-home detention.
You put an ankle monitor on him.
Like, couldn't fight it anyway.
Love it.
I still can't believe how big that place is here in Largo. When I first saw it, I thought that was the country club, clubhouse. I didn't know it was his house.
Worst part about a big house?
How many square feet?
It's like 18,000.
You know who else is almost as vehement against him as De Niro? Mark Cuban.
He talked about running against him. Just to keep him out.
Do you really believe, seriously now, I'm not acting like Mark fucking Mager would answer. Do you think he can win?
Yeah.
The general consensus now is this put him over.
Yeah, this just...
General consensus is this put him over.
We're Largo 62,000 square feet.
62,000. And only worth 18 million.
126 rooms, 62,000.
Just over 30 seconds.
Couldn't buy Epstein's Island, so we built his own.
Introducing Drop, the ultimate rewards app. With Drop, you can earn free gift cards by shopping in-store or online at Home Depot and tons of other stores. Download the Drop app today. Use code Drop for free and an instant $5 credit.
And he has way too much meat.
Did you get the pizza ready?
Yeah.
That was quick.
I don't eat as much as I used to.
I can tell you from the calls I took yesterday, everybody's pissed. I mean, I probably took 50 calls yesterday, and we usually only get like 2.
In the same respect, though, if you were working over there.
You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, DenverRegen.com for your weight loss drug, semaglutide in a compounded form, or tirzepatide, which is a more powerful form, and that's a little more, and it's no matter what, way less expensive than anywhere you're going to find. And that includes doctors, consultations, not visit, but consultations you can do by Zoom or by phone, and also all of your supplies. That's DenverRegen.com. Hey, welcome. So, Bill says he went to Grease Monkey. Today is car day, by the way. We're talking cars, but we'll talk anything you want. Anything you want. So, give us a call. And tell us about your problems, your questions, your complaints. And right now, Bill says, hey, Tom, I took my car to Grease Monkey, and they checked was it the differential he talked about, guys? Is that what? So they left the plug out of the differential. So he's driving down the street, and the differential seizes up. Now, you had 150,000 miles on this. What would a used differential? And when it comes, does it come with the whole, is the differential the pumpkin? Is that what they call the pumpkin?
Yeah, well, some of them have a third member where that part actually comes out and the axle housing stays in. But most differentials, it's just one large housing. You've got a cover
the whole
on the
axle
back.
with that thing? Is that
right? And you've got 2 axles that come in from the sides. You've got the carrier and the wing and pinion.
What does that usually cost used?
I don't.
Something on that, you're probably $600, $700, $800, something in that range.
Not
Plus
including installation.
Not including installation.
Installation would be another, what, 1,000?
Half that.
500. So basically, maybe 1,500 for everything, maybe?
Pretty close.
If you get used, yeah. I mean,
well, that's all he deserves is used. Bill, have you priced anything out yet on your own?
I went down. I priced the new parts.
Well, you're not going to get new part. What new part did you price, by the way?
Everything but the housing, all the bearings.
How much was it new?
It was $2,600.
Yeah, you're never going to get that.
But you may actually need a housing, too. When they seize up, the bearings can spin, and you can ruin the housing.
He needs a used one. You need to find a used one. They owe you a differential with 150,000 miles on it.
Yeah. I just want my car fixed.
I get it, bro. So here's what you do. Go out and price a differential with 150,000 miles on it or less. Just a reasonable price. Then get an estimate for installation, and that's what you take in the small claims court for. I don't see how they win, except it is Weld County, for God's sakes. I mean, and Greeley. Oh, God. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Living in Greeley.
I just want to fix my cars. I'm disabled, and that's the only car I have. They won't let me get they told me I didn't qualify for a rent-a-car.
Well, you could argue that one. You know, these guys are idiots. They ruined your car, basically. But remember, Bill, they don't owe you a bunch. They do need to fix it. They do.
That's all I want. I just want it fixed.
Let's give this to somebody to work on.
Put a new one in there. You know, I would just like to have it fixed the way it was when
Kachina, who can we give this to work on?
I'm sorry.
I'm talking to...
Oh, okay.
Deputy Doc wants to do it. Hold on. We're going to call up there, okay? I'm going to assign this to Deputy Doc. Now, what we'll do is call him and say, come on, get this damn thing fixed. You listen, man. And as far as I think you can get a rental car.
Not until somebody looks at it, but the insurance anymore is notoriously slow. We wait for adjusters for a week at a time as well.
Yeah, but still, they should.
I agree. I'm just,
I mean, they left the frickin' plug off it.
Well, and there's nothing stopping him from getting that rental car and suing him for that cost, too.
Yeah, if he can. I don't know if he even has the money to do that or the credit card or anything. So, Kachina, give this to Deputy Doc. Okay. 303-713-TALK. Aaron, what's going on, Aaron?
Hey, Tom, I've got a 23 Ford Bronco. It's the Badland Sasquatch edition. Has a bunch of off-road options, automatic lockers, anti-sway bar disconnects, a traction control, and all this fancy stuff.
Yeah.
Well, so I took it up to the hills over Memorial Day weekend. Something went haywire with my ABS.
Now, by the way, is this the big Bronco or the little one?
It's the big one.
Okay.
It's the big one.
Yeah, well, there's two new body styles.
Yeah, but the one he's talking about, yeah, he's got the full package.
Okay, go ahead, sir. What happened then?
So because the ABS wasn't acting right, none of those options worked. You know, to detect the wheel spin, and it wouldn't let me engage my lockers, which I needed to get out of where I got myself into. Ended up having to get rescued, but anyway, I just wanted to know if there's any way. I believe it's a manual locker inside the differential. It's not like a software thing, and so I thought about putting 12 volts to one side of that locker on my differential to get me out of there, but I didn't want to fry anything.
Well, what did you do?
I hiked out and I called Colorado 4x4 Rescue and Recovery. They're a nonprofit group here in the state. Only thing in the country like them, and they came up with about 5 vehicles, towed me and my little overland trailer out of there for nothing, for donations. And
Wow, that is unbelievable. So what do you want to do now? What are you looking for right now? You just wondered what you should have done or what you could have done?
I'm wondering what I could have done. You know, I'm fairly mechanically inclined, and like I said, I cleaned all my brake sensors. I did all
And
that.
the
up
reason
there in
it
the hills.
happened, are you sure you know the reason it happened?
I don't know yet why it happened. The vehicle's currently in the shop, under warranty, getting worked on.
Good.
But I believe it's the ABS, because every time I tried to engage the locker, it told me to take my foot off the accelerator. Well, I was stopped. And so it was sensing somewhere that a wheel was spinning, and so it wouldn't let the locker go in. And I just wanted to know if anybody knows if I could have put 12 volts if this were to happen in the future, because I don't plan on not four-wheeling. That's why I got this thing. If I could put 12 volts to that connector and get a locker, kind of bypassing that whole system.
That scares me.
I'd be afraid to do it. To be honest with you, there's so many systems are so integrated. You could fry 4 modules doing that.
That's why I didn't.
Yeah, no, I don't know. To be honest with you, but I'd be very concerned to do it.
Well, I mean,
just activating the locker itself, if you've got it isolated from the rest of the system, in theory it should work, but you could make other systems go haywire.
But why did it disengage? I don't understand why it's tied to everything else.
For safety, because you don't want the locker to engage at 50 miles an hour.
Okay.
Things of that sort, so they just protect it. So there's reasons for it, but that's what I mean. But if it's showing 50 and you're trying to initiate...
And what does that lock do?
It locks so that you have positive four-wheel drive engagement to all 4 wheels.
And if you don't have it, do you have any drive to those wheels?
Yes, but this just makes sure that, even if one...
It's posi traction? Is that what they...
It's a lot more efficient than posi traction.
It's like a modified posi traction. It just makes sure you get power to all the wheels?
Correct.
Yeah. Would you have gotten out for sure if you had that?
I would have attempted it. I've got my own recovery gear, all that stuff. I would have attempted it.
So you sound like you do some heavy-duty four-wheeling.
I do. We do, yes.
What did you have before the Bronco?
I still have a 78 CJ7.
How does it work?
Which one?
The Jeep.
The Jeep works great. It's stock. It's a Jeep. It'll vapor lock. You got to get out there and blow some air in the tank, and off you go again. I mean, it's one of those.
But what do you like better for the four-wheeling aspect? Not for the motor, not for just in general for four-wheeling.
I'll take that Bronco over the CJ any day.
Oh, really? Good.
It's like it's like driving on a highway crawling rocks. You can't. I mean,
do you have now? Do you have? Does it have a creep mode where it really slow? What do they call that in that low mode?
For low, I mean, there's several different modes in 4 low. It's got what they call the GOAT modes, and typically I just go 4 low and operate all that stuff by myself manually.
Do you have a rag top?
No, it's a hardtop.
Those are really, those vehicles really stepped out with that design. I love it. It's a little retro.
The
I
first
like
one that
it.
came out was disappointing, but yeah,
The what one?
The first, the little one.
Well, it's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the big one though, that's a cool. What color do you have?
It's I don't know what they call Velocity Blue. It's that really kind of bright blue color. It's a beautiful unit.
I like those cars. I like them a lot. They really look cool. And do you say that they're pretty luxurious or not?
For what they are, yeah. I mean, we've taken it on a few road trips, and it's good for that too. But it's no luxury vehicle for the highway, but for off road, it sure is.
Thank you very much. So, here's the deal. You at least got them thinking outside the box. It doesn't look like everything else in the world. And that's what people are looking for. I'm convinced that's why Rivian is doing so well, just because it looks different. People are just tired
They're
of this.
good lines. They are.
Yeah, Rivian looks cool. And then what about the Cybertruck? I think it's ugly as hell, but because it's so different.
I don't like it at all.
I hate the way it looks,
yeah.
but I can see why people like it, again, because it's different. But I heard there were some quality issues, I don't know, on the build.
I've seen things online as well, but
I'd
I
love
don't know
for
if they're
someone
true or not.
who owns one to actually call us, who actually owns one, not has an order, but owns one. If you do, give us a call.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-522-5700. 800-522-5700.
QCColorado.com. That's the website for the QC Whole House fan. What is it? It's quiet, cool, whole house comfort. And man, quiet, cool is everything it says. It's quiet and it's cool. And what I mean by cool is it evens out the temperatures in your home. Now, it hasn't been that extremely hot, but I've had the benefit now of going through 3 summers with it. And my goodness, does it kick ass. I use it at low speed all day. You can turn it on high in the evening and in the morning. Your air conditioner will work less. I estimate my air conditioner works only about 20 or 30% of what it used to work. Really, that means like a 70 to 80% savings, maybe more. It's amazing to me. You'll love it. Plus, it feels great. QCColorado.com. That is the whole house fan. Takes a couple hours to install. They have plenty of openings in their schedule. Do it before it gets really hot. 303-800-3419. 303-800-3419. QCColorado.com. When we talk about floor coverings, there's a lot of things to consider. First, the type of floor covering, and then the installation. And Simply Floors Inc. has you covered on all of that. They'll help you pick the right stuff for the right job. They have a giant selection in their 3 showrooms, and you can go visit them. Start online. Make an appointment for somebody to come to your house, or go see them, or a combination. And then once it starts, you'll have your selection, you'll have your installation, and your service, all at simplyfloorsinc.com. After work.
So, Tom, what do you think I should do about those boards? They need to have.
You say to them, look, I appreciate they came out and put the one back up, but the whole idea was it shouldn't have fell down.
Right.
They're not. They're just toenailed in. They have to be bracketed.
Should I get somebody, an expert to say that, or just?
Well, you can get somebody to say that, or just say I had it looked at. I mean, they'll believe you, right? Now, when I
got a roll.
Oh, you do?
Everything okay?
Oh yeah, he's something's up with the shop. I gotta run over.
Okay.
Okay, bro.
All right.
See you next week.
Okay, thank you, man.
Yep. Thanks for the pizza, Jeff.
Yes, Jeff, thanks.
Thank you for ordering it.
Second one for your nonsense. Hey, Doc.
Yeah.
On the, they don't have any brackets.
No.
They're just they toenail them in.
Yeah.
But they're not that nothing holds them. I
No.
mean, nothing's on top of them.
No, but let's say one fell down.
But I wonder why.
Yeah, and if somebody
Was there a snow on it or something?
Nope. It looks like the wood is, giving way where they put the nails in. But I mean, if somebody was sitting
How
there,
heavy are they?
They're pretty heavy. They're 2x12s, and they're, at least.
I
10
wonder if
feet.
that even follows code.
They put them up, as just decorative across this pergola.
But I wonder if that even follows code. You might be able to get those inspected. They're forced to.
That's true.
Who? So you just call the housing department in Denver?
Building is it Denver State?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, you can call building and ask them. Hey, say you got some stringers over your pergola that you don't feel are done right, and you just want to know what code is on it.
Okay.
You can actually get a bill. A good builder will know that.
That could easily have killed somebody. Well, seriously, it just fell down. Luckily, there's nobody out there.
That is crazy. You would think they'd want to fucking. Those brackets are easy to put up.
I
You can
know.
fucking put them up.
All right, I'm gonna call the housing department first. That'll be my.
You mean like building department?
Yeah.
Or you just get someone who knows construction.
Who would you suggest? Anyone
Well, there's a
else?
lot of them, but I mean, to get them over to your house is a pain in the ass. Like Genesis, Total Exteriors, and if they're ever in the neighborhood, let's see who else would know about the codes.
You still have handyman services?
Yeah, but I don't know if they know about codes, man. I know Genesis does. Mark would know. We can always ask people too.
Who K&H?
No, I wouldn't do that. No.
Okay, so Genesis. I'll call Genesis and ask them.
Hi. If you have time, do you want Ryan to come in right before and talk about the Trump verdict since he's going to be talking about it on his show?
Yeah, if we have time, and if it's not like real busy, like it usually slows down, yeah, for sure, that would be good.
And you're gonna give me that guy's. Just text it to me.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. We have a break in calls for the first time. So, if you have any kinds of problems, questions, or complaints, you can give us a call and get right in at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So, one of the things we're talking about in general is Car Day, but also we have some other stuff going on, as you know. And no, I'm not talking about the Trump trial, but there's always consumer news to consider. Kevin, first, I want to ask Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. Kevin had to leave. When it comes to checking out a transmission, I often wonder, how much can you check? Let's just say you want to buy a car, and you're going to get it real cheap because it does have 100, 150,000, whatever it has on it. Just really, are there any predictors when it comes to transmissions, or is it a crapshoot?
There can be. I mean, usually, massive fluid discoloration sent a smell inside the transmission. But most of the time when you're doing an inspection on transmissions, because there's a complaint, so you've got focused areas where you're going to be doing other things.
What if somebody's selling you a car and you just want to know about the transmission?
Well, a lot of times, a particular car will know that this particular transmission has a history of failure at X number of miles, whether or not you're near that. Should we be taking a look, obviously, for any leaks and stuff like that? But if the fluid indicates it, should we drop the pan and see whether or not there's any physical evidence as in
But
debris.
mileage alone can just be a
Mileage
factor.
alone
Let's face
can be
it. I mean,
something.
so really, I mean, if your car's got a lot of miles on it,
There's a very good possibility you're going to come in to see me.
so prolonging a transmission as much as possible. What are the secrets?
The most
the fluid?
Yeah, just changing fluid and filters. You know, I know that a lot of the manufacturers like to put these lifetime fluids in there, lifetime
That's what I
filters.
was just going to ask. That's ridiculous.
Well, once it dies, you've just expended its lifetime. But fluids are the most inexpensive thing you're ever going to put inside your car.
Do they eat? But on those so-called lifetime ones, do they have sealed units, or can you get
They
in them?
call them sealed, but they're not truly sealed. What they've done is just taken away the dipstick from the consumer so that you can't check it yourself. In most cases, we have to get it up and check it from underneath, whether it's from a port.
And you can service it?
Yes, we can service them.
All right, Eric, what's going on with you? Eric, welcome.
Hey, Tom, how are you, sir?
Good, man. What's happening?
Hey, you know that woman you called in about wondering about a good place for hospice that she can get it?
Yeah.
My father passed away last year in March, and True, it's TRU is what they were the best. Tom.
Really?
They yes, they took care. They came in and they took care of us. They brought in a comfort dog for my dad. Who maybe you heard it, maybe you didn't, but they did a great job, and I would highly recommend that if she has the option.
Okay, it's called True.
TRU.
And right. Where are the locations?
You know what? My dad died. Well, we're from Boulder, but my dad died out in Longmont. So they go around and they follow up.
Are they in-house? Are
they
in-house hospice?
I don't believe so. I think they come in. If they didn't charge us a thing to come in and do what they did.
But but that sounds like in-house to me.
No, I got them from Longmont.
No, I know, but when you say they come in, what does that mean?
Yes, sir. They went to my dad's hospital room.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yeah, they came in. They brought a comfort. Like I said, they brought a comfort dog in. And
but do they stay? Do they continue that care right through to when he dies?
That's correct.
My goodness.
Yeah. So anybody's got anything going on with that, I would highly recommend them. They were sweet and caring, and it takes a special kind of person to do that stuff, as you know.
All right. True TRU. I'm looking it up. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So I want to tell people that I have posted a new video, and it's new this morning on Facebook. No, it's not on Facebook. Sorry, YouTube and on LinkedIn about Jeff Jolliffe. I've been threatening to do that. Now, he has been on Sleaze Brigade for a while, but I thought it was time we actually step up the awareness because this guy is still ripping people off. Jeff Jolliffe. His latest place is in Johnstown, and he moved from Federal Boulevard, but he's been, I counted 18 names in 10 years, 18 names. And in each case, the scenario is the same.
Those were only the ones that called you.
That's true. No, 18 names meaning his business names. Now, as far as people that called me, I think it's far in excess of that.
I guarantee you can multiply it by 10.
And then they're all the same. Well, not all exactly, but one of the ones he used to do a lot was where he would say he rebuilt the tranny at a low price, right? Well, he doesn't do anything because it's like they spray paint it or something. Because every person said nothing was different, nothing was changed. So they make an appointment to come back for warranty. You remember what used to happen?
Stolen. It would be stolen before they got there.
Stolen, right. At least 6 calls on that one. Stolen cars, right out of
Were they ever recovered, Tom? Any of the stolen vehicles ever recovered?
That I know of. I don't know, but
we know of.
You know, it's just amazing to me. Just stolen. And then the ones who weren't stolen, you just never worked on. He's never done, I don't know if he's ever done a transmission, actually. That's a pretty good gig if you can get it. You collect money up front, you don't do any work, and then you ghost them.
Well, that's the old saying, if it wasn't for the cars and customers, it'd be easy.
Yeah, that's true. 303-713-8255.
This is
Actually, that tech that worked with me for years, that had the dog in the shop, Charlie, he worked for Jeff Jello for about 3 months. He saw 1 week's worth of pay.
TheArtOfGranite.com has one of the best offers I've ever heard in my life. They do countertops and vanities and all that kind of stuff and bar tops. They do granite and quartz and quartzite and marble and all that stuff. Well, listen to this. I love it. Free materials. Are you kidding me? I mean that. Free stone materials, free tops. Now there is a condition. He's got a boneyard. He's got these remnants. And if you can pick from his remnants, you get it free, and you only pay for fabrication and installation. Call for details, but he means it, and he's a great guy. That's theartofgranite.com, theartofgranite.com, and you can call for a price, 303-386-5919. All right, so
I don't mean this to be a pun, but Maxine Waters is complaining about Trump's being corrupt. She's the most corrupt congressman in the entire legislature. Why is there such a big deal about this speech he made? It's crazy.
the poor guy, he didn't do shit. He didn't say
He was talking about family values and
God forbid.
It's his views.
I know.
I mean, I'm as anti that as possible, but the guy's got it right. Just
what is possible?
talk, I mean,
what?
This sort of overly religious intonation in our society.
He was at a freaking religious school.
But did you hear what I just said? I'm totally against them. And,
it was appropriate in his placement.
It's appropriate anywhere. He was giving his opinion. He was asked to speak. He spoke, and he gave his opinion. That's what he's supposed to do.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling
Of
the
course
Tom
not.
Martino Show.
Expecting a commencement that didn't have an underlying religious message to it.
Right.
I'm sorry. I can barely hear you, miss. It sounds like you're talking through a tube. That's perfect. Yes. Okay. What were you saying? Community hospice. Yes, true. TRU. Okay, well, we already passed that along, so thanks so much for the input. Okay, thank you. Bye.
My sister was almost in tears when I was talking about being anti-Biden and pro-Trump. She literally was just about in tears.
So she was glad to hear it?
What?
So she was glad to hear it?
No, because she was so angry. She hates Trump with a passion.
My sister-in-law's that way. Like I said, my dad, he thinks Trump is a fucking devil.
No, my brother has Trump derangement syndrome.
Does he too?
My whole family does.
Loss for the same simple one-day treatment I received. AdvancedHair.com.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. We have, as I said, open lines the first time today, but we have a lot to discuss. Now, on that Jeff Jolliffe, somebody asked about that on text. I posted the video. Yes, he is on Sleaze Brigade. He's still on there. But I can't believe how many calls we still get. That's why I thought people need to know about him. So I expanded the forum and went to the new one. No, well, not the new one, but the new form. In addition to the Sleaze Brigade, I usually do my videos on topics and issues. But this time I did it on someone on the Sleaze Brigade. And it's quite popular, so I think I might continue to do that. In other words, I think that from now on, in addition to Sleaze Brigades, I might do videos on these clowns because we need to find out about them. And we need to figure out what to, how to get the word out as much as possible. So we do the radio show, the sleazebrigade.com, plus my videos. Now, I'm reading an article, 5 cars no one should ever buy. And I'm wondering why. The top 5 vehicles not to buy. Isn't that weird? Now, this was done by, well, it's published on truthfully.com, and it's based on safety data. They say the Kia, the 5th one, it's going 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? The 5th one is the Kia Rio. It landed itself in the top 5 vehicles for highest death rates. Have you heard of that? The Kia Rio?
I know the Kia Rio.
It's a little car. It's not an SUV. I thought it would be with the name like an SUV.
It's an entry-level vehicle.
Despite being a really favorite subcompact for affordability, it has the highest fatality rate per million. Or high, a very high.
Is that surprising being so small, Tom?
I don't know. It says 100. Now this is what they're calling extremely high. And by the way, no one wants to see anyone die, right? 122 deaths per million vehicles. So they're going by per registered vehicles. It's a hatchback. Now, let's do this. Okay. Wait, no, it's not a hatchback. Hold on. However, let's see. No, never mind. It says the hatchback version of this car is better. But as far as the actual Kia Rio, so if you care about safety, this site seems to be pretty
pretty honest. The Chevrolet Spark is number 4. 151 deaths per million registered vehicles. Now, that's all electric, or is that a hybrid? I think that's all.
I don't think that's a hybrid.
It's electric.
I think it is the Volt, I think, is the...
Oh. Warren, what's going on, Warren?
Hey, hi, Tom. I called you before, but my transmission was going out in my car. It did finally go out. It's a Nissan Sentra 2017. You said go to Kimmer Transmissions, but I live in Greeley, which I know there's no good shops here. But
None. Don't go to Greeley.
Anything closer to me than Kimmer Transmissions?
Yeah.
'Cause that's just so
Well,
far away.
now remember, Kimmer does transmissions. You can go to a good shop that can do transmissions, but they don't specialize in them. And Hands-On Auto Tech would be close to you.
Okay.
Have you heard of that place?
No, where are they located?
Loveland area, Loveland, I believe, and I can get it from.
Okay, I can look it up too. Okay, so that's not bad.
Hands-On Auto Tech is Tom Maggio over at. It's called Hands-On Auto Tech, and I like I said, go to referralist.com. You can find it, or I can look it up just now. But it's not too far down. Then you won't have to come all the way down.
One more question. What should I expect for, like, if I'm doing a new transmission and that for, like, a warranty? Like,
now, wait a minute. You mean a rebuilt, obviously, right?
Yeah, even if you buy them from Nissan, those are rebuilt. Now, Nissan's recently changed their warranty program. They used to just be 12/12. But now some of them are going to 3-year unlimited. But that is transmission and vehicle specific.
What is that? What do those cost, though?
You installed, depending on, you're probably looking somewhere around $55 to $6.
Okay, yeah, that's what I've heard, but I just, spending, $5 to $6 I just want some kind of warranty out of it,
Yeah, depending on...
I don't know about you, pal, but if I'm spending that much money, I go to a transmission shop. Now, I love Hands-On. They're great people. And they probably do transmissions, man. They got 5-star reviews or 4.8 or 4.7. By the way, here's where they are. They're in Longmont.
Okay. That's
on Vista View Drive in Longmont.
How would
here's their number if you want it.
I'm kind of driving.
Okay. Oh, no. Okay. What were you going to say?
Just probably would have to rent a car dolly and tow it, right? Because having a tow truck take it there is going to be expensive.
You're right. Sure. You're right. Yeah, it is. Jeff, do you have any special arrangements with tow people or not?
No, not really anymore. They're pretty much everybody's standardized.
Tom, you always mention, what about just ditching a car, and if he has that much money to spend, buying a new one with a 10-year warranty?
Because it's only a 2017 Nissan Sentra.
And he's going to take a huge hit on the value of that car.
A 2017 Nissan Sentra. How many miles on it?
Oh, goodness. 110 maybe. But I'm upside down in it. I owe almost $10,000 on it still.
Oh, you are. You're going to owe another $6,000?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I know.
You are upside down. You are totally.
I wish I never would have bought that car. It's And now after the fact, hearing the transmission's a common problem in that car.
When did you buy it?
3 to 4 years ago, something like that. From John Elway on Arapahoe Road. It's not John Elway no more. What's it called? Auto Nation.
Well, I'll tell you, you're stuck with it now, and you better make the best of it. You better. Okay, 303-713-8255.
Well, he's going to be in for $16,000 on a car that's worthless.
That's what he's into it for now. What did he have into it before? So you've got it.
Yeah.
If he bought it 3 or 4 years ago, you figure he's paid down 35, 40%.
I paid $29 for my car, and then I realized I didn't really pay $29 because they put in the tax title and tax and title, which is another $2,000. So it really was only 27. So made me feel even better.
RedRocksRS.com, that's a solar company that can help you with residential solar, battery backups, off-grid systems, and they can help you find the right financing, and you get 40% tax credits. You heard me right, 40% when you deal with them. RedRocksRS.com, they also have commercial systems available, and they have ways to get them paid for 100%. 303-704-2449, 704-2449.
Yep. Do you still want to talk to the guys? Okay. All right. Hold on.
So you just do your videos on YouTube, or do you also?
I do them on, normally, I do them on LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, and I've been recently doing TikTok.
So you don't do Odyssey or Rumble?
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Martino Show.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a lot of traffic.
Okay. What's your name? And what do you want to talk about?
I wonder what's going to happen with this election. I swear to God. You know, either way, we're going to have, like, a lot of people unhappy.
Yep.
It's like being a referee. 50-50. Every call you make half the people happy, half you angry.
All right.
You know, it might be 50-50 or almost.
Okay, hold on.
But
if you
liberals
go by the popular vote,
liberals make way more noise.
Oh heck yeah! But if you go by the popular vote, if Trump wins, you're going to make more than 50% of the people unhappy. I mean, the people who drafted that and came up with the electoral colleges were just freaking geniuses.
Yeah. But we're giving away our rights as a state.
But that doesn't go into effect until, yeah.
Until half the states adopt it?
Yeah, I think they have to have
34. You need 34 states. You need
there's a certain number. Yeah, there's a certain number of the electoral votes that have to be surrendered into it. So that if more than half of it at that point, then it all.
I don't think so. I think you have to have. It doesn't. The electoral votes don't count. You have to have 34 states.
No.
You think it's the electoral votes?
Yeah. the collective number of states has to represent 50% or more of the electoral college vote. Currently, it's sitting at 270.
That's what you need.
No, that's where it's currently at.
Oh, is that 270?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Republic, we don't jail our political opponents. Join me at 4.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Now, I know that, Brian, you had called earlier. I'm sorry you didn't get through. Go ahead, Brian. What is your question, sir?
A couple things, Tom. Well, first off, I did call a bit ago about Social Security and about reporting a death in the family, and you had given me a number to contact, and unfortunately that number was the same number I used before, and I have still yet to connect with them to report the death. On that one.
Why is that?
I don't know. I'm going to have to take a full day off and just wait on hold.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that you could not get through?
I could not.
You might have to make an appointment, man. You may have to go in person.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't take all day to make an appointment. And then you show up and you just bring the death certificate and do it.
Yeah, I think that's right. I've just been so darn busy at work. It's been hard to break away. But needless to say, that's that little update. But my next one was I got hit pretty bad last night with the hailstorm. I got a claim coming. I got a claim with my insurance company already. And they're coming out on Monday. But I had already talked to XL Roofing to come out and look at the roof on Monday at 9 a.m.
Yes.
Give me an assessment of just replacing it. Unfortunately, I guess, and Kelly kind of told me that I should always have the roofer come out first and then go out and have the insurance guy out.
If you have damage, you have a reputable roofer, and if you have damage, then you have the insurance come out. If you have the insurance come out first, whether you have damage or not, it'll count against you.
Will it? Okay, because I have damage on my siding. There's holes in it, and there's some on my windows.
If it's pretty obvious, then it's okay. Did you have the the adjuster look at it already?
Not yet. No, he's coming on Monday at the exact same time as the roofer.
What roofer's coming? Excel?
Excel.
Yeah. Well, that's good because Excel won't make a deal with him. I would not normally want a roofer and an adjuster to be there together.
Yeah, that's what Kelly was saying. I messed up on that one, but I was thinking.
Yeah, but you didn't mess up because you have Excel, and Excel will not do that game. A lot of roofers, when they meet with your adjuster, you never find out what you needed.
Oh, okay.
You only find out what they're willing. See, here's what I'm getting at. The insurance company wants to cut your losses as much as possible. They don't want to fix it properly. They'll do anything they can to cut corners, anything. They don't care. So a roofer like Excel or a good roofer, they want to fix it properly, okay? So what usually happens is if you have the roofer go first, the roofer tells you what you need. Then when the adjuster comes out, you can find out if, in fact, you are getting what you need. If they go out there together, or if a roofer is stupid enough to say, I'll do whatever your insurance company wants, well, you don't want that roofer because the insurance company doesn't want what's best for you. So if they both go out there together, what you never find out is what the roofer thought you needed, because a conversation can take place like this. The roofer says, well, we're going to do this, this, and this. And the adjuster says, we're not paying for that. We're only going to pay for this. Do you want the job or not? And the roofer will say, okay, fine. Then the roofer presents you with a contract. You think you're getting everything you need, and you're not. You don't know what kind of deal they made privately. And roofers will make deals with adjusters to get the job. Okay, so because it's a corrupt industry, and both insurance and roofing, they're both corrupt. Now, that's why I don't want them meeting together, okay? However, because Excel doesn't play that game, if the roofer says,
If the insurance company says, we're not paying for that, do you want the job or not? Excel will say, no, we don't want the job if you're not going to do it right. Then they're going to come back to you and say, Brian, your insurance company is trying to short you.
Okay. Yeah.
But normally,
Okay.
for anyone else listening, you first get a roofer to come out and make the roofer put everything down in writing on the contract, everything. If the roofer says he wants to meet with the adjuster, no. If the roofer says you got to sign this contract or this first, no. If the roofer says, I'll do whatever your insurance company wants, no. All you want to do is for the roofer to do a full and complete contract without your signature first and without authorization that you're going to hire them. They put their money where their mouth is. Once you get their complete and full bid, then you call your insurance company, and that's how it's normally done. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Pound Hal?
Sergio, you had a question about hail damage?
I do, Mr. Martino. I'm here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, my question was just to see how many marks or dings would I need on say like a 10 by 10 area, a square of roof, to know that I have a claim.
You know what? That's a good point. I don't know the exact number of dings. I'll find out for you. Hold on. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Get your calls in right now. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
How do you know? He said just have someone come out there and look at it, right?
I'm reading here. I mean, he could, as far as his reporting to Social Security, according to Social Security, in most cases, those are reported by the funeral home as long as he provides them a Social Security number.
What's that?
Well, in most cases, the funeral home report the person's death to Social Security. Just give the funeral home the deceased person's Social Security number.
Funny part about it
if
is
you want
I
to
don't
make the
really
report.
like Ron Hanks, but listening to this
Okay.
ad, I'm like, yeah, that's a good idea.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
They want you to vote for Ron Hanks because they can't beat the other guy. I have no idea who the other guy is, but they think they can beat Ron easily. So they want you to vote for Ron so he moves over to the next round or the whatever round.
So why does they say too conservative for Colorado? I don't know. It's very strange.
He is such a fucking weakling, this motherfucker. Such a fucking weakling.
Who you talking about?
Why does everybody want money? I mean, I'm more willing to give it to Israel than friggin' Ukraine, but same time.
It's about time they said it right. They've been saying hush money for all this damn time. Then all
Yeah,
of a sudden
right.
they changed it to
Yes, they don't have a choice because he wasn't convicted of hush money.
I misread that a little bit, Doc. Currently, so they have to get enough electoral votes for the electoral win, so 270. Currently, the states account for 196 of them. So they need 74 more electoral votes for that to go into effect.
They just had the thing about the spelling bee on. Of the past 35 champs, how many you think of Indian descent?
Out of 35?
Out of 35.
I'm going to say 24.
29 out of 35 have been of Indian descent. You wonder why. I mean, I don't understand that. This is interesting. The household income, the median income of Indian Americans is $147,000. Twice the median income of all U.S. households.
What is that?
We're talking about 29 of the past 35 spelling bee champs have been of Indian descent. And the Indian household is twice the average of the median of all U.S. households, which is pretty amazing. But the one good thing about the Indian immigrants that come here on work visas, they don't go back to India to practice.
Hey, what's going on?
Like the Chinese students do.
Oh, I wonder, while I have you on the phone, when are we going to get referralless K-1s or 1099s? Do you know? Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, no problem. Thanks, dear. Bye.
Now, do you think if this had been Hillary convicted, there would have been riots, as opposed to Trump being convicted and there's no riots?
Just look at the way they responded when she lost.
Record your message. Talk back to Denver's talk station now.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. What's happening? 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. All right, let's talk about your problems, questions, complaints. It's car day today. I have Jeff Vick with me. Kevin had to run from Sheridan Autotech. Jeff is with me from Kimmer Transmission.
And Sergio wants to talk about hail damage. We're talking about anything you want today. What's going on, Sergio?
Yes, Mr. Martino. My question was just how many marks from the hail, or how many dings, say, like in a 10 by 10 area, would you need to make an actual claim on the roof?
Yes.
Membrane.
Okay. I have a call in to Excel Roofing, and we're going to ask them. They haven't called back yet, but we will get that. We'll get it right now. Okay. So, Kachina, could you get Sergio? Get Excel on, either Henry or Jay for that. We will get him on. Okay. I have a call into him. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We were doing a list of the 5 cars according to safety. Truthfully.com is the name of the website. Anyway, they were making a list of the unsafest cars. The Kia was the 5th unsafe. Well, it goes from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They say Kia is the 5th least safest car. The Kia Rio sedan, not the hatchback, but the regular sedan. The Chevrolet Spark is the 4th most dangerous car. These are deaths per million. The Hyundai Accent is the 3rd. These are all little sedans, basically. And that's right behind the Chevy Spark. And then the Dodge Challenger. That's the only one that's a full-size car that's...
I wonder how much that has to do with the people who drive those cars.
Well, you know what? That's a very high-performance car, isn't it?
In most cases, yes.
That's what this is. It's the most powerful performance, one of the most powerful performance cars. It's a muscle car. It's a throwback, a bit of a throwback, isn't it?
Yeah, that made a big bang on the market. It was popular.
And the number 1 unsafe car in deaths per million. Ready? It's a van. It looks like a minivan. The Mitsubishi Mirage. Despite its fuel economy and affordability, 205 deaths per million. And, of course, that's because they transport people in vans like that. But anyway.
Do you think that's because, in most cars, you have the engine in front of the passenger compartment, so that absorbs some of the shock. In some of those vans, it's straight down, so there's no engine to really...
This is actually a subcompact.
Oh,
so
okay.
It's not a van.
It is not a van, are you sure?
Yeah.
It looked like one to me.
Jeff, but don't you think that cars with a front engine...
Cars today, I mean, they make crumple zones all over these things. They design them so that the car gets destroyed and the passenger survives.
Right.
Except in this one. Now, 303-713-8255. Another one I wanted to tell you about. Hold on, where was it? It was a pretty... So we talked about condominiums being a bad buy right now. You're going to be seeing a lot of good sales on them, but when I say a bad buy, a bad value, this is very important. If you're a young person and you see, wow, this is pretty reasonable, I think I'll buy it, you could end up with more debt than you know what to do with. And here's what's going on. Condos right now are facing a crisis. A lot of them are getting to the point where they need just regular maintenance, like parking lots, maybe, who knows, fences, mainly parking lots, stairways, concrete work. That will end up with assessments against each and every unit. When you sign up for a condo or a townhome development, you agree to pay a portion of, it's part of it. You have to pay your portion of the expenses, and they're trying to keep the fees lower because of expensive insurance. Therefore, everything else comes out of assessments, which means you're going to have to kick in your share of the money. Now, in addition to that, the insurance. The insurance itself right now, in some cases, have tripled and quadrupled, or you have zero deductibles. You have no deductibles and actual cash value, which means if you need a roof,
you guys could end up spending 15 grand per condo or 10 grand per condo. Or with maintenance and insurance, you could end up with basically doubling the price of your condo again on assessments only. Now, that is something happening, like it or not. And people say, well, they complain. What's funny is they call and they complain about their management company or their HOA. Hey, it ain't your management company or your HOA. Unless they're taking the money and going to Tahiti, it's usually just they don't have the money to pay their bills. And if they don't have the money to pay their bills, they go to the homeowners and divide it up. You are part of a co-op. Well, it's actually a condominium, and that's a legal term when you read the condominiums the agreements. You really just all get together and pay common expenses. And if you don't have enough in the kitty to do it through monthly assessments, then they do a special assessment. It is going to be a crisis. People are losing their homes. Listen to this. In Florida, it's even worse. In Florida, because of the hurricanes and stuff, listen to this. Many of the townhomes and condos, well, I'm just going to give you an example. There was a condo purchased, a 1,500 square foot condo for $190,000 was purchased. Okay. Now listen to this. This was in 2019. He bought a little 1,500 square foot condo for $190,000. Guess what? His assessment is $134,000. It damn near doubled the price of his condo. Think about that. Now there's another one. There's another guy who paid $350,000 for his condo in Florida, and because of these assessments, he had to sell it. Do you know what he sold it for? $110,000.
It'd be great to get Compass on the phone and see what they have a policy that covers for assessments.
Well, they do, but they don't cover. Yeah, let me explain this. They cover for assessments, meaning, and this is important, the assessment has to be part of a deduction, a deductible, and for a covered peril. So if your place needs a parking lot, or if your place needs decks or stairways or concrete work, that doesn't cover it. It's only for a covered peril and only for the deductible. So if you have no insurance or a zero deductible, they won't pay it. If you have an ACV policy, they won't pay it. Or in the best case scenario, they pay up to a certain amount, up to 10 or 15 or 20, best case scenario. And many of the assessments are coming in at $30,000 to $40,000 to $50,000. It is, I'm telling you, it is a major crisis. And here's what I predict we're going to see in the future because of the insurance and the deferred maintenance. Here's, you write down what I'm saying on May 31st, and I've said it before, but write down May 31st at 1:15 in the afternoon. Here's what I'm saying. You're going to see a massive exodus, bankruptcies, and foreclosures of townhomes and condos. They're going to glut the market. The prices are going to crash, and it will be our next housing crisis. All right? Pat, what's going on with you, Pat?
Hey, how you doing, Tom?
Good, man. What's going on?
Hey, I got a 1935 Ford Tudor, and
Wait a minute. I think I misheard you. I think you said 1935.
Yes, sir.
So like one of those hot rod kind of cars that you rebuild, right?
No, sir. It's original. It's got flat head and everything in it.
Are you crapping me? Where'd you find? Oh, they're beautiful. But don't people make hot rods out of them?
Oh, this has been in my family for 50 years. And
How many?
Keep it
Well, let me ask you, what condition is it in?
great. It wins a lot of original awards and
it hasn't been restored?
No, sir. It's original paint and everything.
Okay. What is
I
your
can send you
question?
pictures. I need the radiator rotted out. It's trying to overheat on the warm days, and it's not exhaust gases or anything. It's just the radiator's not flowing properly. Got 2 water pumps on it.
My God, what do you do about that?
I'm not sure that there's anybody in town still doing that. Most of it's just remove and replace.
Now, that's what I'm saying. You need it repaired, or did you look for a new one?
I'm trying to keep it original. I don't want to put an aluminum one on there.
Oh, they do have replacement ones.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you're trying to get the one in there repaired.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Would it take a welding shop?
Well, no, and I've used them before a long time ago, and they are still in business. There's a place called Gold Star Radiator. They are over.
And what do they do?
They'll actually go through it. They'll comb it. And they'll run acid through it, clean it all out, renew it basically.
Yeah, they usually take the top of the tank off and rod it, send
Right.
rods down through the journals.
Yeah, but a lot of them will actually run a chemical through there in order to help clean those out. But that's more their business than it is mine. I've never wanted to comb a radiator. If you've ever seen it done, their hands look like hamburger. But they're still in business.
Okay, I got that written down.
Okay, now, I have the answer on the hail dings. If we can get that guy back, Kachina, I do have the answer. I texted somebody.
He had to go.
Is
but
he listening?
He's listening.
Okay, good. Now, you wanted to know how many hail dings on a 10 by 10 square. Now, you have to have, according to most insurance standards, the presence of more than 8 dings every 10 by 10 on at least 3 sides of the house. Okay? So at least 8 hail hits in a 10 by 10 area. So 8 per 10 by 10, that's almost 1 per square foot, almost, but not quite. And it's on 3 sides of the roof. John, welcome. What's going on?
Hello. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I have a question about shocks and struts. I have a 2017 Ford F-150, almost 100,000 miles. Haven't done the shocks or struts. How long do they normally last?
You know what? Hold on 1 second. Jeff's got that answer for you. We'll come right back to you, John. Hold on. How long do they last? Jeff, those struts.
I'm sorry?
How long do those struts last?
A lot of it will depend on his driving, but, I would say, at 50, 60,000.
How many did he say you had?
I didn't catch that part.
Oh. ZeroResDenver.com if you want carpet cleaning, second to none. If you want it zero resified, that means just their pure, empowered water. That is the best cleaning agent in nature. Super soft water with a small electrical charge, alkaline base. It just dissolves and takes away the dirt and pathogens and allergens, and they have a patented scrubbing technique. And here's the number one thing. Your carpets not only look clean, they feel clean, they smell clean, and most importantly, they're safe. No dirt-attracting residue. The only people I'll have in my home, they start at about $33 a room. They also do air duct cleaning. They have specials on that. You need to call them. Think health, think safety, think the environment, and then super clean carpets, really clean. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150. Don't even think about something else. 303-471-5150. Discount Bath. You don't normally hear those words together, do you? Discount and bath. Well, discountbath.com wants you to know about them because what they're doing is something you don't normally see, and that is a discounted price on value baths and luxury baths. You pick hall room baths, whatever you want, they have. And they have wonderful upfront pricing, a good process. They have great warranties. And like I said, they'll sit down with you and go through everything you need to know before you start. Plus, they're taking off the charge for any tear out, demolition, and haul away. Do you understand that alone can be up to a $3,000 value? Discountbath.com, 720-979-2322. You know, when it comes to taxation, retirement, annuities, Medicare, any part of your life when it has to do with income and not outliving your money, you're going to want to hear about this meeting we're going to have coming up. And that's with Joe Chiano and his team, certified financial planner. Let's talk about it, Joe. What is going on? When is it going on? I want them to reserve on their calendar and come by and be educated.
That is right, Tom. You know, we're going to have, it's going to be like a class because people today, they're asking me, you know, for education. And right now we're going to be talking, we're going to be actually sharing how they can actually create a guaranteed, listen to the word, guaranteed retirement that will give them a paycheck for the rest of their lives. Guaranteed. Now, we also be talking about the bonus that we give people to transfer their 401ks, IRAs, or any other retirement account. And the same product, the same strategy will give them peace of mind that if they need to have long-term care protection, the same strategy will help them pay for the astronomical expenses of long-term care, whether it is in-home care, nursing home care, or dementia care. It doesn't matter, Tom. It is the most phenomenal class that we're going to be having. It's going to be June 20th. That's on a Thursday, June 20th at 6:30 p.m. at the Sheraton DTC in Greenwood Village.
And there is no charge to attend, but you really need to reserve a seat. And you can call as well, 303-779-6600. 303-779-6600. And that's mymoneymyway.com.
Because it's pretty hard to understand you. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so what is the year and make of your car? Okay. What's your name? Robert. All right, hang on for me, okay? People and their frickin'
Fiduciary Advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So John had that question on shocks. How long do they last? So I want to ask you, how many miles do you have?
Almost 100,000.
Yeah.
Almost 100,000?
Yeah, you're due. I mean, they're generally rated for like 75 to 100,000, but here in Colorado with our roads and our driving conditions, 60,000 is probably usually about
60,000 for shocks.
Shocks and struts, yeah.
On anything.
Okay.
Really?
And when you do the struts, do they normally just change out the shock portion, or do they change the?
You can do it either way. You can do it either way. Anymore, it's far more simple because you'll get what's called loaded struts, where it comes as an assembly and it's literally a bolt out, bolt in.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure, John. I appreciate the call. Robert, what's going on with your starter? Now, what kind of camper is this, sir?
Hey, Tom, it's not a starter. It's a 1979 roll-along camper, and it doesn't have very many miles on it. And when I bought it from the owner, it started fine. My question is just that the vehicle has been sitting since.
What did he call it? A roll-along camper?
Yeah.
What is that?
Well, it's a 1979, and I'm just starting
What is Jeff, do you know what he means by that term, roll-along camper?
No, I'm not real familiar with it.
Well, what do you call it? Is it a Class A, where you drive it and it's your home?
Well, is it a Class A motorhome?
Yeah, it's not a fifth wheel.
But it's an RV.
Yes, sir.
What kind?
Well,
what's the make?
So it's basically a Ford pickup chassis with a camper on it.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, what is it called? A roll-along camper?
Yeah, it's about 19, 20 feet long.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but my question is, before I try to start it again, do you recommend treating the gasoline that was in it?
Now, by the way, this roll-along that I'm seeing is like on not a regular pickup truck, but it's like on a big rig. Is that what he's talking about? That's what they're calling roll. No,
Yeah.
it's a regular pickup truck.
Regular pickup truck, but it is a camper described by the guest there. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead then. I'm sorry.
So,
all right.
how long has it been sitting?
It'll be 2 years August.
No, I would probably actually empty that gas.
Does gas deteriorate?
Yes, it does. I mean, if a year, you go ahead and run it, but at 2 years, no, you're going to have some big deterioration. There's some running issues. It's going to foul on you. So
really?
just empty it out, run some clean gas
well?
to it. What's say?
And the filter?
Yeah, change the filter.
Okay, and then with new gas, do I need to put some type of treatment as well?
It wouldn't be a bad idea to just use some 44K, the BG 44K.
Where do you get
the old
BG
deposits.
44K?
You can get it at your local Napa,
What does
Advanced
it
Auto
do?
Parts. It's a cleaner. It's made more so for injectors and whatnot, but any fuel system would benefit.
I was told if you put a stabilizer in the fuel, you
You can
keep
extend the life of fuel, yes. So, we'll do it with our snowmobiles, over the summer and whatnot.
I'm going to say, I have a tank that I think I've had there a year and a half, maybe 2 years, that I haven't used yet because I didn't get to the bottom of it. But I put stabilizer. I don't know if it's even good.
With a good amount of stable inside there, you could probably stretch it up to 2 years.
Man. So gasoline does have a shelf life.
Most definitely. It will varnish on you.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah.
Hey, on another topic real quick. Hey, I've listened to your show forever, every day, and it was a year ago that I called Bonnie Shields, and she helped me and my wife with a parental decision-making case, and it ended we are non-biological parents, and we were granted significant time with this child, and he calls me dad, and
well, that's
I'm
good.
just happy.
I'm glad that worked out for you. Bonnie is really good at what she does. Of course, I think she's slowing down a bit in her practice, but she's still.
Yeah, she was really good.
Yeah, she's still active though. Thank you very much, Robert. Appreciate it. Terry wants to talk about sensor lights. Hi, Terry.
Hi, Tom. How are you?
Good. What are you talking about? What kind of sensor lights?
Well, there are two of them. The one that says my tires are low.
Oh, sensor light. Like you have a warning light based on a tire sensor. I hate tire sensors. I'm getting errors. I get errors all the time. And then, Jeff, out of nowhere, the errors go away.
We've got 4 vehicles. 3 of them have the sensor lights on. I stopped screwing with them. As long as there's air in it, I don't care.
And I drove by Discount Tire because I bought my tires there, and they check them. They say, you're perfect. But is that what's going on with you, Terry?
Yes, except one time I did have a real flat.
Yeah, I know it. That's the problem. You got to pay attention, but you don't know when they're lying to you.
Okay, and there's another one. Okay, it's a Volkswagen convertible. If I put the top down, the car thinks I'm speeding no matter what.
It thinks you're
I put
what?
It thinks I'm speeding.
What does that mean? It thinks you're speeding.
It's beeping, 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 beeping.
Oh, beeping.
It thinks I'm driving too fast, and I'm not.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you something. This beeping, my car never beeps at me. When does your car beep when you're speeding?
It just, well...
Under normal conditions, there's a beeper that goes when you're speeding?
Yes.
Now, when you say that, does it mean like speeding how fast? Does it read the speed limit? Like my car, because of the GPS, it knows where it is, and it knows where the speed limit is, and I will get a little flashing sign on my dash telling me if I'm over the local, wherever I am, that speed limit. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, except it's not a dash sign. It's a beep.
So when you're in a 30 mile an hour zone, you'll get a beep, or you'll get a beep if you go over 30.
Yes.
And if you're in a 50 mile an hour zone, you'll get a beep when you're over 50.
Yes.
Well, my God, I'd be living in constant beeps. I would hate it.
No, when you get as old as I am, that is not a problem. However, if I put the top down on my convertible, it beeps
all the time. What, Jeff? What's that about?
Well, I just looked it up because I wasn't familiar with it. But according to what I'm seeing here, there's a problem in the convertible top module. It's not showing that it's fully open or fully closed, so it's warning her.
But it's not the speeding.
It's not
you
the speeding
just hear
itself.
the same beep, but it's not for speeding.
Well, it will tell me if it's not all the way open or not all the way closed.
Oh, so that's another kind of warning.
And that's all. That one seems to be always right. Okay, I've taken the car to my regular dealer, the regular shop, and they said, no, we can't help you.
You know, Sheridan Autotech does electrical issues.
That's what I needed to know. Sheridan Autotech?
Yeah, they do electrical specifically. They can track that down.
Okay, that's what I needed to know.
They love working on stuff like that. That's 303-455-7242.
Yeah, I'm looking around. There's all sorts of forums complaining about the beeping inside the Beatles.
But I can't believe they have a beeper to tell you when you're speeding. I would hate it. There's got to be a way to defeat that damn thing. Now, I do have a light on my dash that'll blink when I'm over the local speed limit.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I have the same thing.
It knows where I am, and it's not like obnoxious. It's just a little...
Eventually, they're going to use this tech to slow you down and control you.
Now, that would be terrible. And the reason they don't is because of safety. They say if you're going to the hospital or somebody's chasing you. But you're right, man. This bullshit.
What we have now, we had Allstate. And so we decided,
keep your car now so
we'll
it
go
doesn't
ahead
have
and
that
get one of
feature in
those things that you put in your car.
What's that?
Keep your car now. Don't buy another one before they put the feature in.
I got to figure out what to do. If I'm going to keep this car, I may as well. I only have 20,000 miles.
Because for me, it
Which
said
one are you talking about? The Tesla
I was
or the
braking
Beamer?
too
Oh, the Beamer.
often
I don't have
and braking
my
too
my
hard.
son has a Tesla.
And
But
of course, my son
that
was speeding. Adam
this
was
Beamer's
speeding, and I was like,
20,000 miles.
"Get rid of this thing."
It runs.
Yeah.
It's a very comfortable car. I'm just bored with it. But then I start thinking, what the fuck do I need not to be bored? I'm a 70. Why do I care if I'm bored?
90% of your driving is from your home to here, right?
Or to my house,
Yeah.
my one house, whatever. I don't drive anymore. I really don't drive anymore. The Art of Granite, free materials. I'm not kidding. If you're looking for a countertop, a vanity, a bar top, maybe even a specialized built-in, you can get it at the Art of Granite, and if you use the remnants, you get free materials. He means Mitch Floria is giving free materials. You just pay for the fabrication and installation of the piece. That's it. Call for more details, theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919. Prices on the phone, 303-386-5919. Lazy Days RV.
All right.
Man, today's Motor Vehicle Day, so isn't it apropos we're talking about Lazy Days? When I say Lazy Days, it is what RVs are all about. And you can get newer used RVs from everything from a Class A to a pop-up camper at Lazy Days RV, plus wonderful service around the country and right here at Exit 240 and I-25, a super maintenance facility. That's lazydays.com.
Okay. All right, but you don't know the gentleman's name? Oh, so you weren't assigned it? Oh, okay. All right. Hang on for me. Now I understand. Hold on. I don't remember having a social security issue call today, but okay.
Not while I was here.
Even O'Leary's saying that if Trump wins the presidency, he can thank Bragg for it.
What's that?
O'Leary is up here saying that if Trump wins the presidency, he can thank Bragg for it.
Well, that's everybody's been saying. The Democrats shot themselves in the foot.
Donald Trump now virtually guarantees him a second term as Americans rise up to save the country and say, we're not going to become a banana republic. We don't jail our political opponents. Join me at 4.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So, Greg, what is happening, sir?
Hi. My car, I was driving it, and I parked it. I pulled it up in my driveway just to move it. And the next day I went out to try to start it. It will turn over, but it won't fire.
And how much does it turn over? A lot. I mean, it just.
No problem with the battery. I mean, it just
does it
keeps cranking.
Does it try? Does it go like it's going to start like for a little while, for a second, or not at all?
Not at all.
Jeff, that sounds like no spark, right? Or no
no
fuel?
Spark or no fuel. Most likely no fuel. So, I mean, those fuel tanks, or fuel pumps, rather, can give out just on a moment's notice. Sometimes you can get underneath there and tap on the fuel tank, and it'll try to start because you've disturbed.
Is there an easy way to check to see whether it's spark or?
Yeah, you put a pressure gauge on the fuel tap. I'll tell you right away.
Okay. A pressure gauge on the fuel tank and
no, on the
any
fuel
idea
tap.
what
There's
it would
actually
cost?
there's actually a fuel tap.
Now
So
there
it's-
is a fuel tap, like is it a T or something?
Yeah, it's just like a Schrader valve, like on your tire.
Okay.
So you hook up to that, you hook your pressure gauge up to it, and you see what kind of pressure you've got there.
Oh.
13, that should be pop-off injectors, so he's probably should be running somewhere around 47 to 50 pounds of pressure in order to start
And if
it up.
he's trying to start it and it doesn't pressurize.
Doesn't pressurize, or if the pressure's too low.
Very good. Very good. Where is that usually located?
It's under the hood along the fuel rail. So, but that's
And
something his mechanic should be checking for him, unless he's
Did you
inclined
ever
enough to
have
do
that
so.
checked? Fuel pressure?
No, I haven't done anything yet. I was going to go to AutoZone and borrow a code reader. The code light is
Would a
on
code
in the
show
car.
a lack of pressure?
It generally will not show a lack of pressure, but if he does have a light on, then it's worth looking into before
What
he tries
light do
dragging
you
it around.
have?
It's just a light that shows my engine.
Okay, and does that light come on when you turn the key and it
Self-test.
stays on?
Yes.
Yeah, this is. You may not have a code there because they'll go through self-test and they'll stay on to your
Has
tire.
it? Let me ask you this. Has it done this before and then corrected itself?
Never.
Just one day you tried to start, and it wouldn't start.
That is correct.
Do fuel pumps go like that?
I had mine go out after I filled up. I pulled up to the tank, filled up, and of course with a full tank, now I got to drain it. But yeah, they'll go out, snap of a finger.
What do you think it would cost to have a fuel pump replaced if needed, or a fuel filter?
We don't. Well, the fuel filter is going to be part of that fuel pump, so because it's
You can't do
submerged in the
just the
tank,
you can't.
it's all submerged
Oh.
inside the tank. So they did that for cooling purposes on high pressure fuel
So
systems. that were
fuel
heating up
pumps
too
are
much.
not in the engine compartment.
No, they're in the tank. So my guesstimate on that one, you're probably looking somewhere between 6 and 7.
6 and 7 what?
100.
Oh, okay. Now, how long have fuel pumps been in the gas tank?
Ever since they started going to the high pressure fuel systems, they found that they could
10 years, 20 years?
No, it's been all of 20 years plus. But they needed to keep them submerged to keep them cool. Under those pressures, they were developing too much heat and they had a higher rate of failure.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate that.
Now,
I gotta pee.
Aggressive?
Almost did it.
See, as soon as Kevin left, you had all the car questions, Jeff.
What's that?
Said as soon as he left.
I know. It's like, okay, we can trust the answers now.
Right.
Simply Floors Inc. INC. That's where you go online to get the information you need about floor coverings, whether it's carpeting, luxury vinyl planking, hardwoods, laminates, veneers, whatever you want, they have. And they have the great installers and consultants that'll come right to your house if you want them to. Go and start at the website. Decide what you want to do. Drop by a showroom or have somebody come by and watch and look at the job. Whatever you want, or a combination of the two, simplyfloorsinc.com. Same can be said for Made in the Shade when it comes to window coverings. They'll stop by your house and they'll measure along with a designer to help you pick the right stuff to come up with a package. And they try to meet your budget. That's all at no charge. Now, if you decide to go with them, they order and install with the best installers in the business, and it's all done perfectly. And everything, by the way, everything is guaranteed. The product and the installation. And you will be made in the shade, whether high-tech, low-tech, in-between tech, cell phone operated, solar-powered, battery-powered. They do it all. Made in the shade. Now, here's the website, denvershades.co.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Uh-huh. Huh. Okay. Well, congratulations. That's awesome. Okay. Well, give us a call back on Monday if you need any more help. Okay, you too. Bye-bye. All right.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines.
Doc, it's been a hell of a week with this trial and all that.
Oh, yeah, I know. But
By the way, have you gotten back your 100% since COVID now?
oh, not even close. I still need oxygen when I do anything strenuous. I mean, it's just scar tissue.
That was since COVID, though, right?
Oh, yeah. Before COVID, I was in great shape.
Do you think it'll come back?
It won't come back all the way, but I think there'll be a level. I'll be able to get a little bit better. It will get better.
Is it getting better? Are you using less than you did when you?
No, it's staying about the same, but I need about a month of strenuous activity every day to do it. And I just haven't gotten
Go to
around.
a gym?
No, I just do it in a neighborhood.
Walk around?
Yeah, just walk and
Yeah, I
speed
mean,
it
you
up.
don't really need a lot of gym shit.
No, I need to just get my
Heart rate?
yeah, my heart rate up. I can still play golf and play poker, so and do this. And I have my AARP after the show today.
Oh, you do?
I do it from 3 to 5 on certain days. You know, like I went up to the mountains last night, so I won't go up again today.
Trump found guilty on all 34 felony counts in the Manhattan trial. Stephen L. Miller joins me in Hour 1, and we'll ask Tricia Calvarese, Democrat candidate for Colorado's 4th Congressional District, her thoughts here on 630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Let's go to Deputy Bo. Deputy Bo, what's going on?
Hi there. I want to give a comment to this individual that called the show an hour ago, and he called last week about his issue with not getting through the Social Security about recording the death of a relative.
Right, yes.
So I was on the phone with them today, and I've talked to them for the last couple of weeks. I have a real good phone number. Now, he may have to wait an hour and a half like I did today, but they've always picked up. So I want to give that number out to that caller if he's still listening.
I know who he is, and we can get it to him. If you want to give it to Kachina, she'll put it on the call screener, and then we will give it to him. Kachina, could you get that number from Bo? So, Bo, is it a different number than's published on the Internet?
This goes into the Colorado office, and I don't know, but I've had to contact Social Security in the last 3 weeks, and they picked up every time.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Wow. Rodney, what's going on with you, Rodney?
Hey, Tom. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Unfortunate story. I took my truck into a Mako dealership, and, it was a need for an overview. And anyway, $6,000 later, it came out of the shop last night, and I was going to pick it up today, and it got hit by that big Aurora hailstorm. And it's completely totaled.
Oh, wow. Now, you understand.
My question to you is, of course, when you go into the dealership, your emotions are high, and I was not happy, obviously, but I understand it's an act of God. But is there any thought process that you have? On that?
We've gone through this hundreds of times. Well, they're not responsible for any of it. Now, the only way possible they would be responsible is if they promised you it was it's hail. Like I did this once when I had a fancy car years ago. I had a Ferrari, and I went to drop it off, and I said to them, can you guarantee this will be put inside and stay inside?
Yeah.
And they said no. And I said, oh, okay. He said, now you can leave it here, but we don't have enough room to keep them all inside. Then there were times they said, yes, we have enough room. But the point is, it's got to be something that creates what's called a bailment. It creates a contract and an agreement for extra security. Now, the other way they would be responsible is if they're working on the car and they see the hail coming, the storm, and they say, let's pull his car out. I want to pull my car in. Something like that could be considered negligent. Short of that, it's just terrible. I mean, it's like if you went to your friend's house to have a barbecue and there was a hailstorm, your friend's not responsible.
Yeah. Okay. I agree with you.
God, doesn't that suck though, huh?
Well, I spoke to God. He said he didn't do it. It wasn't an act of God.
Yeah.
He told me directly.
That was a $6,000 mistake of nature right there.
Hey, let me ask you something. Had you had it at home, it wouldn't have gotten damaged?
No, it wouldn't have, because on where I live in Aurora, we actually had just wind and actually no hail.
How many cars over there were hit? Do you know?
Oh my God! I got pictures of Ferraris and stuff in there with complete window blowout.
Oh no!
My truck is a Dodge 2500 2006, and it just banged it up. It didn't take out the windows or anything, but some of the newer models, I mean, it took out all their windows. It was quite an event over there.
Wow. Well, I'm really happy though that. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I'm not happy, but I'm happy that you now are not going to try to hold them responsible and get your insurance to pay the damn thing. So many people fight that battle and it just doesn't work. Jeff, have you ever had
cars at your place that got slammed?
Yeah, we've had vehicles that got damaged by something was completely out of our control.
Your garage keepers is not going to do anything, right?
No, and quite frankly, 9 out of 10 customers will try to argue with you that it.
But most of them understand it.
Yeah, what are you going to do? It's outside, it hails.
Right.
Or it's Colorado.
Now, have you noticed, right down the street from you, did you notice the new, the car dealers all have these new awnings now?
Yeah, I'm sure their insurance probably mandated it.
I mean, like, there's almost like, I don't know of any open car lots anymore, like, for the newest of the newest inventory. Anyway, Sheridan Autotech, yeah, he was here before. Of course, he had to leave, SheridanAutotech.com. We also have Jeff Vick here from Kimmer Transmission, transmissionsdenver.com. I'm Tom Martino. I want to advise you, please tell everyone to call 303-MARTINO for help, information, and referral, and we'll answer that 24/7 and get back to you.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Meet Ron Hanks. He's the conservative candidate for Congress in Colorado who was just endorsed by the Colorado Republican Party. Here's Ron Hanks in his own words.
I dare say I'm the most conservative in the race. I have a proven conservative record.
How conservative is Ron Hanks? Ron Hanks has received multiple awards for his ultra-conservative voting record in the Colorado State House. Here's Hanks again.
I have been pro-Trump, pro-America, America First, and MAGA ever since Trump came on the scene.
In Congress, Ron Hanks would be a pro-Trump warrior who would back Trump's agenda. And on immigration, Ron Hanks says immigration is his #1 issue. Hanks wants to close the southern border, and he even supports building Trump's border wall.
We have to stop the immigration. Stop them and tell them they can't come in anymore.
Stop the immigration? Let's hear that from Ron Hanks again.
We have to stop the immigration.
Ron Hanks is conservative, all right. Too conservative for Colorado. Rocky Mountain Values PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising. Paid for by Rocky Mountain Values PAC, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. Learn more at rmvpac.org.
Every year, millions of Americans use opioids to manage pain. And reliance on opioids has led to the worst drug crisis in American history. That's why the CDC recommends safer alternatives like physical therapy to manage pain. Physical therapists treat pain through movement, hands-on care, and patient education. No warning labels required. When it comes to your health, you have a choice. Choose physical therapy. Visit moveforwardpt.com to find a physical therapist in your area.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. President Biden calling for an end to the war between Israel and Hamas, urging both sides to agree to the latest proposal on a ceasefire and hostage release deal. The 3 phases of the proposal would lead to a permanent end to hostilities and also rebuild plans for Gaza.
With this deal, Israel could become more deeply integrated in the region, including, it's no surprise to you all, including potential historic normalization agreement with Saudi Arabia.
President Biden also criticizing Donald Trump following his conviction on all counts for falsifying documents, saying Trump's claims that the trial was rigged are false and reckless to America's democracy. The first trial of the president's son, Hunter Biden, is set to begin Monday in Delaware. Hunter Biden is charged with 2 counts related to false statements in purchasing the firearm and a 3rd count of illegally obtaining a firearm while addicted to drugs in 2018. This is ABC News. A new attempt to explore the Titanic wreck after that 2023 accident, killing 5 passengers on a submersible.
Less than a year after the OceanGate Titan submersible imploded, 2 men are plotting the next mission to Titanic. Patrick Leahy, CEO and co-founder of another submersible company called Triton, and wealthy adventurer Larry Connor. They want another shot. Connor telling ABC News,
I will not go any place or do any dives if I'm not 100% convinced that the submersible is safe.
He says their sub will be certified, which the OceanGate craft was not. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Tomorrow marks the start of Pride Month, and a new report highlights an increased cancer risk for those who identify as LGBTQ+. The National Cancer Society says those individuals may be more likely to smoke, drink alcohol, or live with obesity, all linked to cancer. Researchers say they may also be likely to avoid going to the doctor for fear of discrimination. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Clean up in the North Metro area after hail pounded the area last night. Scattered thunderstorms again possible this afternoon.